Where's my 40 at, man? Where's my 40?
Duval County, 904 in this bitch, huh? Put your hands up. Yeah, you feel that bass? Turn it up. It's that dirty South punk rock. Dirty South. Dirty South, yeah. Throw it up. Where you from, nigga? Where you from? Duval. You could get caught in the club. Blow with your hood, throw it up in the club. Hey. Or you could get stomped in the club for a dog that I saw. Show that we don't give a fuck, yeah. But you don't want no problem. You don't want no problem. You don't want no problems with me. Oh, we baby 50 deep. Hold on back, hold on back. Man, fuck that nigga. Hold on back, hold on back. Man, fuck that nigga. Hold on back, hold on back. Fuck that, fuck back. DJ Dirty Skank. When I reach for the herb, nigga, what's the word? 65 for a herb. Bitch, what's the word? Nigga better recognize real G's down the ride. Dirty South, I'm a record till I die. And I ain't even gotta tell her what my name is. I just walk right in like I'm famous. Get out the way, bitch. I'm heading straight to the VIP where I'ma drink everything for free. Damn right. You can get caught in the club. Blow with your hood, throw it up in the club. Or you can get stomped in the club for a dog that I saw. Show that we don't give a fuck, yeah. But you don't want no problem. You don't want no problem. You don't want no problems with me. Oh, we baby 50 deep. When I say whole wheat, y'all say bread. Whole wheat, bread. Whole wheat, bread. When I say whole wheat, y'all say bread. Whole wheat, bread. Whole wheat. Y'all motherfuckers don't want no problems, nigga. Whole wheat bread, bitch, Southside Duval County. It's that dirty South punk rock shit. Y'all gonna have to try extra hard to get up in this punk shit now, nigga. Y'all niggas don't want no problems, nigga. Shut up. Back the fuck up.
Hello, everybody. It's the Ultimate Perspective, episode 164. We're back again. Hello, everyone.
Back again. I'm here.
Yeah, welcome back. We had the Australian Pimpmunk last time. He filled in for you for a little while.
Yeah, I also watched a little bit of last week's show just to see what y'all was talking shit. And I noticed Shabisky was talking some shit about me.
Oh, of course.
What did I say?
He does that all the time.
What did I say? But I didn't say nothing. No. What?
Actually, even when he's having sex, he's like, yeah, call me pimp.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
But I ain't gonna say what it was, but there was a very good reason why I missed last week. And I do apologize, but there was a very good reason. So anyways.
I don't believe you.
I had butt surgery.
You had to go
Butt surgery.
Yeah, you had to go pick up some nasties at the local karaoke bar. Was that your good reason? I don't think so.
I had a meeting with like Jake Paul and those.
You had to karaoke sing Riders on the Storm while some fucking like ghouly ghouls like slurped on your apparatus the whole time is what I heard.
Yes.
Riders on the
Somebody noticed
Storm.
in the chat room, I am a TikTok superstar, unlike Shabisky.
Riders on the Storm.
What? I'm working on it. I got like 100 views on my last one. It was pretty good.
I got 10.5 million views on my last.
You know what? I do want to point out that Kevin Joseph King is catching up to both of you guys.
Who is that?
You don't remember who he is? Hold on.
He's the black guy that. Yeah.
Hold on, I'll show you a video of him really quick.
Oh, well, by the way, I also ran across a video that dude you always play that does the dancing in his room. He's
Buff Carell.
Yeah, he's extremely like popular for.
Yeah, his shit
reason.
translates very well to TikTok too because he uses copyrighted music all the time.
Yeah.
He was on Tosh back in the day. I'm going to play for you KJK in a second here. Yeah, he's not quite where Pimpmunk is, but at the rate he's growing, he'll probably pass Pimpmunk eventually. What? Hold on. What the fuck is this with Shabisky? Like, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? You busy?
What? No.
What do you mean he's going to pass me? I'm about to break 300,000 followers in just a few minutes.
7,
Don't
7, 11, 11.
Oh, him.
7,
I hope
7,
he does.
11,
I love
11.
this guy.
7, 7, 11, 11. 7, 7, 11, 11.
I love this guy. I mean, I have no issues whatsoever with
KJ,
this man.
he's already at 150. So.
Also, Shabisky, what are you at?
Like a million or something.
No, you're not. You're not even at
You're like,
10,000.
You're not even at 2,000, are you?
I'm almost 3.
Oh, almost 3? That's good.
Line.
She's not as good as him.
Yeah, step up your content. Okay, watch and learn, Shabisky. Don't get distracted.
7, 7, 11, 11. 7, 7.
Okay, so I just gotta
11,
start doing
11.
this.
You have to do this and be good at it, though. That's the problem. Do you have it? Do you have the it factor?
This kind of shit, there's a community for this kind of like guy here. I mean, because there's other guys that.
He made a song about me and Billy back in the day, and it's hilarious. It's like Billy the Fridge, he lost weight. Billy the Fridge, he lost weight. Ben, be Ben.
Remember when he said one of you guys look like a girl?
Yeah, look at the long girly hair. Look at the long.
You?
Yeah, it was me. Look
at
the long girly hair.
Yeah, that was funny. And then he apologized for saying you look girly, right?
No, he apologized for saying Billy was ugly. He called Billy ugly, and he was like, "No, I'm sorry." So even he has like the self-awareness to be like, "Oh shit, that was mean. I take that back."
Yeah, and that shows that he's a sweet boy too.
Yeah, he can be.
Unlike Shabisky was mean to people.
I know. Fuck that. Everyone's ugly, and I'm not gonna apologize.
So, Vince McMahon, for those of you who are worried, this is not about actual wrestling. This is about people who are involved in wrestling, but we're not going to be like, oh, this greatest match ever was between this guy, or do you remember SummerSlam 1998? We're not going to do that. We're going to go through behind the curtain, the people behind this multi-billion-dollar industry and the guy who made it what it is. Literally, like, undeniably the guy who made wrestling the billion-dollar industry that it is. He was forced to retire because his company is public, even though he owns most of it. The board of directors basically was like, you got to retire or you're getting fired, is what happened.
Yeah, because he got a lot of shit.
And you know what? Like, it's maybe unethical, but I see everyone like blowing it out of proportion and saying like he's, a grapist and stuff. It's like,
but that's not the case at all. I mean, it's like he had an affair. He had affairs and he paid off.
Now, I will say, because the investigation's still underway.
Yeah.
If there's evidence that he was like, hey, you're gonna lose your job if you don't fuck me right now, then that is illegal. Okay? If he's like, fuck me and you'll get a promotion. If it's anything like that, if it's like he was the boss and he offered or threatened things in exchange for that, that is illegal. So let's see what happens. But as far as we know, he had sexual relationships with people, and his wife is on board for it. Like, literally, she's like been publicly on board for like. I mean, not like there's not like an official statement of her making it, but it's been like there's an old Howard Stern interview where he like kind of jokes around about it. Like their marriage is like Bill and Hillary Clinton, basically.
Yeah.
Like they're partners and everything. But he gets shit on the side. And actually, I kind of think she's probably not into dudes, honestly. From what I've seen from Linda McMahon, I would probably think Linda is not into the males, in my opinion. I don't know.
I don't mind.
You know, a lot of people like Linda a lot that hate Vince a whole bunch. A lot of people respect Linda, but I think it's a difference in personality. I think Linda's the way more like sensible and logical personality. I remember like Ultimate Warrior, he finally agreed to get in the Hall of Fame, but he wouldn't do it unless Linda inducted him in the Hall of Fame, which was like a big thing. Like he didn't want Vince part of it. He didn't want Hogan even there when it happened. Hogan kind of like ambushed him that day too, which it's kind of a cool story. I don't know how Warrior felt about it because he didn't live much longer after it, so he never like spoke on it. But
Well,
Hogan,
2 days there.
yeah. Which then there's all those conspiracy theories like, what did Vince McMahon pass Warrior a special plate of food that day? Like what? Like what's going on? But here's I don't care what people think about him. Here's my wrestling mentor, Jim Cornette, and his take on it, and we're gonna watch a little bit of it.
I
And
love corny, man.
not the whole thing, but we'll move on.
It's the retirement special, and I hope to follow soon. And joining me to talk about all this and so much more, Hawaiian Brian, the podcasting lion, the king of the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network, Mr. Co-host to you. He's the man who
Brian
never
Last.
says I told you so, even when he told us so. The great Brian Last, everybody.
Aloha, Jim. A pleasure to be here once again, and I'm not here to say it.
Great co-host, by the way. Jim used to have this woman co-host that was like trolled into oblivion, and she quit because of it.
She got tired of it.
Yeah, that was slightly before we had him on DP back in the day, and he actually talked about it for a little
Told you
while.
so. I'm here to talk with you about what is easily one of the biggest wrestling stories of all time.
You're here to rub our nose in it like a dog's piss puddle.
And I love Jim Cornette's thumbnails
Yeah,
because
he's got good ones.
they're very accurate. Like Jim has a Wendy's bag next to him, and then Vince has that lazy eye. And I don't know who the like bikini girl is, if it is a reference to someone who actually exists, or if they're just like put a bikini girl next to Vince.
in a dining room that you called this all along. And the thing that I'm upset about is
I saw. I'm actually friends with. Oh my God, what's her name? Oh my God. Lilani Kai on Twitter. Do you know who she is? She's one of the old women wrestlers that trained under Moolah. And she posted a photo of Lita from back in the day the other day. And I'm like, whoa, Lita. Like, I forgot how attractive Lita was back in the day. Yeah.
I went with you at first. You almost talked me into it. And then I said, no, Vince he's not going to go down without a fight. And he's going to be there till the bitter end. And the bitter end came about 3 weeks later. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and children of all ages, for the first time in 40 years, Vince McMahon is not the leader
My entire life.
of the biggest wrestling promotion in the world. Vince McMahon is not the man in charge of the most giant corporate conglomerate wrestling promotion, the first ever, only ever billion-dollar company in wrestling. He's not. He has announced his retirement, and it all stems from this one incident that we've been talking about for the past month or so. Brian, it's almost like an Edgar Allan Poe novel, The Telltale Tart. That's what they're going to write when they write the story of Vince McMahon's ultimate demise from atop the mountain. Who would have thunk?
I'm not sure if that's the title they'll use for this venture.
Well, no, I'm going to copyright it, trademark. But this seemed, even though people thought it was coming and thought it was coming when they heard the news, then we thought, no, obviously Vince is coming out here and saying, hey, I'm still right here. What precipitated this event, this announcement? I saw somebody speculated it had been made about a week beforehand, but he's been pretty present right along for the past few weeks.
Yeah, I like how when it was first announced that he was under investigation, he showed up on TV like the next day. Dude is a to say he's a type A personality is an understatement.
Yeah.
He is like, I don't want to say narcissist, but that's the only word I could think of.
That's a good word for it.
Yeah.
He reminds me of a lot of Donald Trump.
You know what? And he might even say it here. I think he does. Jim Cornette calls McMahon a more intelligent, more articulate Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Do you think, is there something else that they've found out that may or may not come out? Was it just an accumulation of, I've always said Vince was like Trump, but smarter and more articulate.
There it is.
Was he willing to listen to his inner circle, the ones who knew what they were talking about, instead of bringing in?
I will say, though, Trump's father gave him a bunch of money.
Yeah.
And let him run his business. Vince's father, who Vince did not grow up with, he went to like move in with his dad when he was already an adult. Vince's dad made his son buy the business from him. So Vince did not inherit WWE. He bought it from his dad when he was like in his late 20s, early 30s.
The crackpot Giulianis of the world who thought he was going to barricade in Titan Tower and fight it out. I mean, how did this? Obviously, it came out at 4:05 on Eastern on Friday afternoon so that it wouldn't tank the stock price going into the weekend.
Yep, that's why the announcement came out like late on Friday night, is because they wanted the market to close. They want to. I bet you there's some insider trading going on too. I'd like to know who sold their shares.
Kevin Dunn.
Did he?
Yeah, he did this a little bit ago, actually. They've been talking about that, yeah.
But...
And also, so the story would be somewhat buried in the news. It's very...
I'm actually a WWE stockholder. I own like a small amount of WWE stock.
It's a very much old school news mentality just because of the way things work nowadays, but burying a story late in the afternoon on a Friday is an old school trick.
Well, it didn't work because it was a buried alive and the Undertaker's hand shot back out because people got it anyway. They reported it on WDRB 41 News at 4 here in Louisville by 5 o'clock. So
Vince is like Trump, only with talent, only smarter, only better spoken, and did not have everything in life handed to him. He grew up in a trailer park. I've heard interviews. He said he was molested as a kid and all kinds of bad stuff happened to him. And he is who he is today. Like, he's one of the most successful people in America.
And he's a way more successful businessman than Trump, too.
Trump probably has a higher net. Well, I don't, it's hard to tell who has a higher net worth. But Vince actually earned his money creating, like, it wasn't just this shit brand with no substance behind it. That's what Trump was.
Yeah, now, he did buy the company, but the company was already, he bought it for $1 million, but the company was already making millions of dollars. So when he bought it, he basically just paid them, the people, Vince and his partners, back with the money that he was making from the show.
But here's the thing. He went the opposite direction. Even his dad was like, what the fuck are you doing? Because back then, when you ran a wrestling company, you never left the territory. And you didn't step on other people's territory and steal their money. Basically, you're stealing their money.
Everybody.
Yeah. So, like, I love the story where they took WWF to, like, I think it was like Kansas City, Missouri, and Hulk Hogan's like packing up his shit in the dressing room that night, and Harley Race walks in with a gun, like, don't come back into my territory, boy. Like that. I love that. Those stories.
Yeah.
And
Well, he put a
Hogan
lot
and
of
Harley both confirmed that actually happened.
Yeah. He put a lot of people out of business. He really did.
Yep.
I mean, there was a lot of people he put out of business.
Even
there
Vince's
was-
dad called him and was like, what are you doing? Like,
For a long time, and he put everybody out except one little company in Memphis, Tennessee. They lasted longer than anybody else did because Memphis was so popular. WWE came into Memphis, and nobody showed up because this ain't our wrestling. Jerry Lawler's our wrestling.
the place I grew up, it was Big Time, which was owned by the Sheik.
Oh yeah, you grew up in Michigan.
Yeah, near Michigan. Yeah.
You were near Michigan. Yeah, that was his territory.
Yep. And that's who.
Him and Bobo Brazil had some classic.
Oh my God,
matches.
my mom would tell me, like, my mom was never a big wrestling fan, but when something came to town and there was nothing else to do, they would go to the wrestling matches. And yeah, she would see like the Sheik fight Bobo Brazil in a steel cage or something like that.
Which I've watched some clips of that shit. It was pretty damn cool.
And it was like early hardcore in like the early 70s.
Yeah.
Like early hardcore, like people getting cut up and like weapons and shit. And the Sheik would breathe a fireball at people. He would shoot a fireball like out of his mouth.
That's where Jerry Lawler got him. See, Lawler got that idea from the Sheik and started throwing them.
The Sheik is older than Lawler. The Sheik,
yeah.
or he would be older if he was still alive. Yeah, Bobo Brazil was the first black world champion.
Yes, he was.
And people bury that for some reason. I don't know why.
Because they wanted some. Because Ron Simmons thing, but Ron Simmons
Probably respects Bobo Brazil, I would say. I don't know. I don't know. Ron Simmons was a legit athlete, though, like a pro football player.
Yeah, and he was also apparently in real life. Nobody fucked with Ron Simmons in the locker room.
Not too many. Maybe Haku could have.
Maybe Ming would fuck him up probably. But yeah, Ron Simmons would be a really bad ass. Well, Kurt ain't gonna make fuck him up too, though.
Shabisky. There was this wrestler. He was known as Haku or Ming or Tonga. They would also call him Tonga.
He did wrestle as Tonga, yeah.
And there's this story about him in a bar, and some guy tries to. Yes, some guy tries to start a fight with him, and he tries to walk away, but the guy starts swinging on him, and this dude just grabs his eyeball out of his head and rips it right out.
I'm having my eyeball.
Yep. Like literally, like in a one swoop, grabbed his eyeball and snatched it out of this guy's head.
Yeah, that's fucked up. I mean, he was literally like they said. Like,
those Samoan guys are.
Oh yeah.
He's Tongan actually, but close enough.
Yeah, well,
Pacific Islander.
Those Samoan boys are fucking awesome, though. I mean, they've produced some great talent.
Even in like other sports too, like Junior Seau, he was a Samoan guy.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
And look at like the all black in New Zealand and shit. They're
Yeah.
rugby team, they all
boom.
black.
It didn't get buried that good, but
it kind of looks like there's like a tsunami coming in or something. Is that what
Yeah, they're gonna die.
what do you think precipitated this? What was the straw that broke?
The guy who, or I shouldn't say the guy. It could be a woman for all I know. The person who makes these thumbnails for Jim Cornette, so good. He whips them together like they're nothing. But yeah, the tsunami is coming. That's why it's made this way. It's like
That's what he does. Jim Cornette will say something, and then he'll take the the idea of one of the things Jim Cornette said and put it in art, which is
Yeah.
pretty cool.
And that's Jim Cornette on the left, and that's Vince McMahon on the right. And years ago, we had Jim Cornette as a guest. I was starstruck. Like,
He tore into you guys too, boy.
I loved it.
Yeah, it was
He went
I
heel.
would have fucking loved it, dude.
Yeah.
I would have loved Jim Cornette ripping into me. Fuck yeah.
The chairman's back.
Honestly, in the long run, it was actually going public. Because if his company was still private, it wouldn't be an issue like this. But even though he has 80%...
That's true. Yeah, if Vince wouldn't have made the company public, which is what made him from a millionaire into a billionaire, by the way, all that stock money, that's what made him as rich as he is.
Well, Stone Cold Steve Austin is the reason he was able to do that also.
Well, but it's all about the stock price. You better believe a lot of John Cena's money is wrapped up in WWE stock too, by the way. The big stars were getting paid in
so popular he could go.
A lot of those big stars were getting paid in stock. They were not getting paid in cash. They were getting paid in stock.
Well, Stone Cold Steve Austin's got tons of stock.
Yeah, but he started before they went public, and it went public like during his.
Yeah, but it went public because of him, though.
Yeah, he was a big player in it, and they wanted to do it anyway because it was like the market was like a big thing, and look at where it's gone. Look at it since 1997 or whenever when they started it. Like their stock price, it's been dipping here and there, but the trend is always up.
Yeah, it's
But I mean, when you own your own company and it goes public, you are no longer in control of your own company. You're still the owner and you're still making the money from it, but you can be fired from your own company. Another example, hold on though. Yeah. Another example of that is Papa John from Papa John's. He owns Papa John's. He's the founder and he owns most of it. And they fired his ass for being racist. Anyway, what were you saying?
But he wasn't racist, by the way. But
well, whatever.
Anyways, Vince, that's one of the problems of today's product, though, is because of the public and the stocks and stuff. Because it's not for us anymore. He's only trying to please the stockholders.
That is, you can actually trace a decline from when that happened slowly to where we are now. I agree. And also the McMahon political aspirations also hurt it. That's when the PG era, like literally there's no coincidence. They stopped being edgy and cool when Linda McMahon ran for public office. She ran twice. She lost both times because Republicans...
And they had the perfect talent for the PG era, which was John Cena.
Hold on. Republicans don't get elected where they live normally. So then Linda got the job in government she always wanted. Trump appointed her to the SBA. She was the head of the SBA.
Yeah, he went to Trump. Trump went to, McMahon about COVID.
Yep.
A lot of people don't know that. He went to McMahon.
Oh, they're buddies. It goes so far back. If you go look at like WrestleMania 3 onward, Trump is in the front row and like if you look at like WrestleMania 5, there's Trump and Trump Jr. sitting in the front row together.
Yeah, and we're also want to clarify like what you said earlier when we started talking about this. Yes, we're talking about wrestling, but this is all this makes sense. It should interest everybody because, it's about business. It's about personal.
It's about American This is an American dynasty. Like Vince McMahon became so influential, especially in the Northeast, that Donald Trump and him forged this relationship that's personal and business to the point where Trump was like... Yeah, and Trump was like, who am I going to hire for the Small Business Association? Oh, Linda McMahon.
Yeah, which I always kind of thought this was going to run for president.
I think his life is too good. And I say that about a lot of people, like famous people who are rich and famous. And Vince is already feeling this. If you think the shit coming out about Vince now is bad, if he ran for president, it would be even worse.
Well, see, that's the reason a lot of people are saying that he retired, because supposedly there's something coming out that's...
Here's the thing. When you run for public office, especially president, not only does every wrong thing you've ever done in your life surface, but all these bullshit allegations about you surface too, to try and ruin your reputation.
You become vetted by everybody in the world, basically.
Yep.
You start running for the president.
Yep.
I mean, it's just facts. Shabisky.
Yeah, babe.
That's the reason. That's one of the reasons I said that about it. You don't have to be a wrestling fan to be interested in this story. You can talk through this. You can have an opinion on this shit.
Yeah. I agree with you guys.
What is this, blue boy? You ever notice he wears blue now all the time? Like all of a sudden he's blue?
And it's a pussy baby blue.
I know.
Of the voting shares, he still has a board of directors. And he has a stock. And if the entire board of directors walked out because they couldn't ignore what they were finding out about Vince, it would tank the stock. What would the company be worth? Who'd want to do business with the company? We said before.
It'd be funny if the stock goes up after.
I also have a theory that Nick Khan is behind a lot of this getting Vince out. I really do.
It's weird how both wrestling companies are ran by people named Khan.
Yes, exactly.
But they're not related, but they're probably their ancestors are probably from the same part of the world, though. Yeah.
But get this. See, here's the theory that's going on. It is just a fucking conspiracy theory at the moment. But who is one of Nick Khan's best friends?
I honestly don't know. I don't know.
The Rock.
Okay.
And a lot of people are saying The Rock may end up buying the WWE.
You know, The Rock bought the XFL from Vince.
Sure did.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. And I don't know if this...
Does The Rock have... Oh, yeah, he probably does have enough money to buy it, depending on... I wasn't thinking an individual would buy it. I was thinking a company would buy, like NBC. You know.
I think Disney will go for it.
Dude, Disney, if they bought WWF, would own my entire childhood. They would own 80s wrestling. They would own Star Wars. They would own Marvel Comics. That's most of it. Right there.
I would like to see somebody like Paramount Plus go for it.
NBC already has it integrated into their shit. So, yep. So the rational choice would be NBC, but
and we don't know whether or not there was any pressure at all. If any of the network partners, the people paying all this money for this content, if they got wary of this and decided they didn't want to do business with Vince, that was a major problem for WWE. We don't know about any of that, but when I said that it was Vince's goodbye, and he appeared again on the John Cena episode of Raw, and that was his actual goodbye.
I want to see John Cena and Hulk Hogan do a lightsaber battle against Iron Man and Thor with Darth Vader. Darth Vader and Undertaker as the special guest referees.
You know, Brock walked out, right?
He came back though, but
he did because he came back because Vince called him and asked him to go back.
I've heard Brock Lesnar, who when he talks is someone you want to listen to.
I would listen to him. I'm afraid to get hit if I didn't.
Well,
that's
before I get to Jim's story about Brock, I will.
Brock could beat Mean Gun.
It's a different era. Brock's way bigger, but yeah, Brock has said many times he views Vince as like a father figure to him.
Yeah, he has said that many times.
So he was offended. That Vince.
But there's a lot of people who, Angle did a very nice tweet toward Vince, and think, I thought my life was over because I broke my neck in the Olympics and all that. And you saved my life, basically. Angle or something like that. So, I mean, there's a lot of people.
Did you ever hear Jim Cornette's Brock Lesnar story? It's fucked up. He told it on the show when he was on DP. It was like there was a woman that was part of Ohio Valley Wrestling at the time that Jim was dating and is now Mrs. Cornette. And she was like a heel manager. And there was a spot where Brock was supposed to like gorilla press her, which a gorilla press is a slam where you pick someone up over your head and just like push them, like drop them basically. And she's a very small woman and Brock Lesnar's a fucking gigantic dude. But they said like, look out. She had just gotten her pussy pierced. Okay. So he gets her up. And then wiggles his fingers around and smiles about it and then gorilla presses her. And when Brock Lesnar got backstage, Jim Cornette's sitting there like polishing his gun. Like, I know I can't beat your ass, but I'll shoot you if I need to right now. Like that. And he told that, he's like, I can't beat Brock Lesnar's ass, but I'll shoot him if I have to. You know? He did a little like finger
Disrespectful.
Yeah.
The last moment of Vince McMahon on TV is him jumping off the stairs.
After he got hung up
Glock learner
on the rope trying to get out of the ring.
That was his actual goodbye because there was no recovery. That's why I thought this. How is he going to come back if after the first story, which sounded fishy right away, and I thought to myself, man, if any of the other things I have heard throughout the years from any of the people who were in the room, if any of them, and not you, obviously, if any of them were remotely
I didn't even get to be in the room for any of this shit.
If any of them were remotely true, I wonder if any of those stories would come out now. And then other stories came out. So I'm thinking, okay, if those came out. And I've heard rumors about other things. And now HBO Real Sports is looking into Vince again.
We're going to get to HBO Real Sports because they have a vendetta against Vince McMahon. Back in the day, Vince McMahon bullied one of their reporters, flipped his clipboard, steroid, like 50-year-old Vince McMahon had the body of like a late 30-year-old on steroids. He was like ripped and insanely scary.
He freaked out.
Yep.
Really pissed off in the interview. Yeah, I remember
Yep.
that was a while ago.
He was a scary guy.
And boy, there's a comeback.
Are they going to bring Bob Costas back to 30 years later? He's going to fucking...
All right, we're going to move on. Check this out.
The World Wrestling Federation explores the outer limits of bad taste. It is to Olympic wrestling what striptease is to Greek tragedy. Its grotesque heroes make even Mick McManus look like a merchant banker. The World Wrestling Federation is no stranger to hustle or bustle, but its head office in peaceful Connecticut allows wrestling impresario Vince McMahon.
I love how he's
to
dressed.
seek the creative inspiration.
Look at that thing on his desk. That's a crazy clock pendulum
Which is
thingy.
the secret of his success.
That was cool in the 80s.
From there, Hulk is scheduled for a premiere of his cartoon series.
Since taking over from his father, McMahon has almost single-handedly turned American wrestling from an old-fashioned grunt and groan spectacle into an unfolding melodrama for mass audiences.
The hype leading up to the match is very carefully choreographed. Vince McMahon literally looks upon that hype the same way the producer of...
Yeah, so Dick Ebersol, who is now the president of NBC, like he is like literally like the president.
Dynasty or Dallas looks at his screen.
And this is why Vince still has his ties with NBC, and that's why NBC holds the WWE network on their Peacock website now.
They have one man who sits in a room year-round.
And he actually was the partner in the original XFL,
and writes
too.
scenarios 6 months in advance for
They're
what's
buddies.
going to happen leading up to these matches.
In the wrestling business, it's a question of two or more individuals going out to the ring, wrestling, having a a little bit of applause or what have you from the audience, and it's time to go home until the next match. That's not really what we do. We're in the sports entertainment business, and there is a huge philosophical difference between being in strictly the wrestling business and being in the sports entertainment
He was fighting this wrestling thing for a long time.
business as we are.
Amidst the scramble for quick
The thing is, they can't escape wrestling. It is wrestling, and you can repackage it and say it's something different. It's still the carnival show. Like, for those of you who don't know, wrestling was a carny act. It was like after you saw the 8-legged cow, next to that was two guys like wrestling in a ring. And usually they do a thing where it was like, they do like a $500 challenge where like the master wrestler out of all the wrestlers would take on anyone in the crowd, no matter how tough they thought they were. And if you could pin him, you could win $500, and that would never happen, by the way. They would tie you up like a pretzel and make you cry every time. Because there's a thing called hooks that they would do, which are submission holds that now maybe in UFC people would know, but
and instant excitement, a lone voice of dissent is making itself heard.
I think it stresses everything which is dirty, underhanded.
This guy's dead.
It teaches that you've got to be dirty in order to be successful in this life.
Senator Abe Bernstein.
What politics personifies that you got to be dirty to get ahead in this life.
Is a New York lawyer who wants to introduce legislation to have McMahon's shows banned.
I see Hulk Hogan on there. What is that background noise? Are you heating up something, Shabisky?
That's mine. Just me.
Okay.
It glorifies brutality and physical violence and reminds me of the Roman days of gladiators.
It's funny how they're calling this that when it's all staged. And they did the same thing with UFC when it got big. They're like, oh, it's human cockfighting. It's human dogfighting.
You don't see knives.
The thing is that the roosters and the dogs don't get to like consent, and they don't make any of the money when they win. That's the difference.
You don't see
They
guns.
did to be something cool.
You don't see rapes.
They
You
also
don't see
die.
anything at all like that that's portrayed in any.
He just said you don't see rapes. Okay. That makes it wholesome, right?
Me of
I love
the
it.
Roman
Here he
days of
goes.
gladiators.
You don't see knives. You don't see guns. You don't.
Yeah, you wouldn't see knife. Well, you did end up seeing knives and guns in wrestling, Vince.
Sure did.
Yeah. Do you remember Brian Pillman with the gun?
Yeah, Austin trying to break into his house and all that shit.
Yeah. So he even broke his own philosophy
You
here.
don't see
eventually.
rapes. You don't see anything at all like that that's portrayed in anything that we do. It's a very wholesome, family-oriented environment.
Until Ted Turner gets into it. What's this? Oh, God.
And harder. Vince McMahon was the owner of the World Wrestling Federation, one of the biggest organizations back then.
Unfortunately,
If you can't cut it, get out. What's wrong with that? No different than any other business, by the way.
So he's being asked about why wrestlers die so young, because there was an epidemic at this time of wrestlers dying in their 30s and 40s, if not younger. And at this point, look at Vince McMahon. He is fucking jacked right now. Like, he is probably 55 years old, and he's probably like 250 pounds of solid muscle right now. Insane. He was on the cover of Men's Health at like 55 years old, jacked. Like, insanely jacked.
You know, if for some reason you have to rely on drugs, illegal drug usage to make it, boy,
you did.
You're going to self-destruct.
See, the people in the office didn't get tested for a steroid, so Vince McMahon could get as fucking jacked as he wanted to be.
15 of the 60-plus wrestlers who have died worked at one time or another for McMahon's organization, ranging from talent being developed to bona fide stars on contract.
Kurt Hennig, one of the greatest.
Many of those, as a
Rick
matter
Rude,
of full disclosure,
one of the greatest.
also wrestled for the now-defunct WCW,
Brian Pillman,
then owned by Time.
I met his son and made a fool of myself because I was drunk. Did I tell you about this?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
Warner, HBO's parent company. The wrestlers Real Sports contacted say both companies fostered an environment where bigger is
son
better
looks just
and
like him.
anything goes.
It was more of a Wild
It's
West
crazy.
show back in the 80s, no doubt about that. And I think that, in terms of illegal drug usage, in terms of cocaine, there was quite a bit of that went on.
And you did it,
Again, I
which
don't
is
throw any
fine.
stones. I was a
Like,
part of that.
this is Vince McMahon in, like, look at him here. He's probably like 65 here. It was before he really lost it, like, with age. Like, there's a certain age you can't build muscle anymore. Like, he looks very frail now, but, dude, he was jacked. Like, insanely jacked.
Whole scene myself.
In retrospect, how much do you attribute that lifestyle in the 80s to the deaths that we're seeing today and have seen since 97?
I think that that lifestyle back in the 80s could partially be attributable to the way people are acting today. Again, most of us, the smart ones, obviously grew up and grew out of those habits.
His, the XFL, the original XFL could have worked, actually. Because the American public wants year-round football. They really do. And they want to see stars grow from a smaller league other than college and make it in the NFL, which did happen with the XFL for their one season. Maddox, who was the champion quarterback, went on to be the Steelers quarterback for a little while before Roethlisberger came around. The problem is Vince was like, don't worry, I'm not going to put any wrestling into this. And then immediately there was wrestling in it. And he came out and he's like, the new one, the new XFL, Vince was hands off. He finally learned, be hands off. This is football, not wrestling. And it was doing good. He got fucked with the new XFL because of COVID. It was doing really good. I went to one of the games in Seattle, the last one, I think, and they filled like the lower bowl of the Seahawks stadium. Like they brought in probably like, I don't know, like 15,000 people,
But certainly in all the entertainment business, it was the Wild West. A lot of individuals, unfortunately, passed away as a result of that.
Unfortunately.
We asked McMahon about a few of the biggest names in the business.
Oh,
who
he's
worked
going to
for
get
his
offended.
And other organizations.
He's not going to like
Do you
this.
have a reason why these people would be dying under the age of 45?
Why don't you ask yourself that question? I mean, why are you indicating that's my responsibility? These people are dead? Because
It is.
Asking you if it's in any way, shape, or form falls on your shoulders.
I would accept no responsibility whatsoever for their untimely deaths. None whatsoever.
It was pre-Benoit, which is when they started accepting responsibility. Way too late for when they should have, by the way. There's a reason why, like, you can go watch SummerSlam 95 and half of the people in it are dead now. Most of the wrestlers at SummerSlam 95 were like around my parents' age. Should still be alive,
As far as, and you've got that little look on your face like,
Yeah,
geez, Vince, how can you possibly say that?
Well, but none what
I watched, it was Macho Man versus Dusty Rhodes with Sapphire in his corner and Sensational Sherry in Macho's corner. They're all gone. All four of them. Very sad. And Macho was the first to go out of all of them, which is like the most fit guy in the whole fucking group. Died first out of all of them.
whatsoever. I mean, they wrestled for you.
In my opinion, the number one greatest wrestler ever, Macho Man Randy Savage.
He died in a car accident too, bro.
He had a heart attack and then crashed his car.
Yeah.
And his heart attack was probably honestly caused by steroids, which is weird because he felt like he had to do steroids even though he's a smaller guy. Like, it's weird. For his time, Macho was a small guy. But nowadays, if Macho joined wrestling, now he'd be one of the bigger guys. Yeah. It's so weird how the size switched. But I will say that Hogan usually only worked with giants. Like, Hogan was a giant. you know? I would say he's like 6 foot. He was like, at his prime, he's like 6'6", probably like 260. I don't know. Like, he was probably close to 300. He was huge. And normally he'd only fight guys that were like 6'10". Like, he'd fight like One Man Gang, or he'd fight like King Kong Bundy or Big John Studd or Andre the Giant, Kamala, like all these guys that were like giant monsters. The only two guys he fought that were like his size or smaller were Macho and the Ultimate Warrior. And the Ultimate Warrior match is a totally different animal. Because at the time, good guys wouldn't fight other good guys. And Warrior was shorter than Hulk, but he probably had more muscle mass on him than Hulk, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, like pure muscle mass, Warrior was probably bigger than Hulk. But he's probably like 2 to 3 inches shorter than him.
Was part of your organization. They worked a couple of hundred nights a year for you. They live this lifestyle.
Oh, God.
You can't believe. Oh, can you see that look? I mean, how can you possibly say that, Vince? How can you look that way and you're giving me the old sympathetic
No, I'm not.
stuff?
I'm honestly curious.
Because I told you.
Because I told you. That's some mafia shit that he's pulling right here. Like, I told you what to know about it. Why don't you shut the fuck up?
He's definitely being a bully.
And he is huge, dude. Like, I showed you a picture of him. He was even older than in the picture I showed you. He was big, like scary big.
These individuals worked for our organization at one time. They also worked for other organizations.
Blame Ted Turner, bitch.
I'm not responsible for the way the business was then. I wasn't responsible for the way the business, how they grew up in the business, and whatever personal bad habits they developed. Why am I responsible for that? I gave them.
Oh, they were all drug addicts. That's why they died.
The opportunity.
Well, you ran.
How'd they become drug addicts?
I ran one organization.
You controlled the biggest organization.
I don't think we were the biggest at that time, quite frankly. Okay, we're.
You've been the biggest for like half a century. Like, it's
the sole surviving organization now. But as far as looking back on all of this, these individuals developed a lot of bad habits. That's not my responsibility.
Certainly no one blames McMahon or any other organization for these deaths. Indeed, McMahon says he took steps.
He seems very guilty about the way he flipped your fucking thing.
To curb the abusers he was aware of.
Like, most people are like, no, I got nothing to, no, I don't know anything about it. I had nothing to do with it. He's like, oh, how dare you ask me that? I'm going to flip your fucking shit because I'm roid
either by
rage.
Sending them to rehab or firing them. And what about the next generation of stars up and
That's Teddy Hart right there.
It is.
Damn, what could have been? He could have been one of the greatest wrestlers ever. He could have been one. He could have been one of the greatest wrestlers ever.
Yeah.
Isn't that the guy that we watched?
Yep.
Where the wrestling couples?
Yeah. He had the girlfriend that was like younger, like 20 years younger than him. That was all like super ripped. Yeah.
Yeah, they were both wrestlers. Yeah.
Teddy and Maria. Yep.
Yeah.
It's in her best interest they broke up. Because, like, he's the first guy that was given a guaranteed contract that he, like, fucked up on. Like, they hired him being like, oh, see, he's Teddy Hart. There are so many good, like, wrestlers from the Hart family. They hired him thinking, like, oh, he's from this family of the Harts. Like, they're amazing. And he is amazing, but he's a fucking train wreck of a human being.
Comers like Teddy Hart.
It's important to look good and
oh my god, this is probably before the meth like rotted out his brain.
Get the look that the fans are used to seeing, especially if my job is to be the future Rock or something like that.
Like doing shit like that, you have to know what the fuck you're doing. And how he hit the other guy, like that's all choreographed. The guy on the floor has to be ready for it. The guy doing it has to be ready for it.
Hart and his cousin Harry Smith are paying their...
Yeah, Harry Smith, Harry Neidhart. That's Harry Neidhart. Or no. That's Davey Boy. Yep, you're right.
He's on a small wrestling circuit.
He's like his dad, only like way taller and bigger. Like Davey Boy was short for his time.
In Western Canada. While both say using steroids or other drugs is not part of their routine, the pressure to look big, to take it to the next level, is huge.
And they look amazing. I'd like to look the same as them. So probably if I can't get the results I need doing what I do, then I'd probably have to take it to the next level, is about as much as I could say there.
He's being honest, at least.
Such is the life. One, it appears, both Ted and Harry know all too well. Almost exactly a year ago.
Yeah, here's Harry's dad. Look at the... Like, this body is not natural. This dude was 5'10".
Jack like a motherfucker.
Dead now. Dead.
Ago, Ted's uncle, Harry's father, Davy Boy Smith, died of an apparent heart attack. He was 39.
It enlarges your heart. It's really bad for your heart. Steroids, it'll make you. It burns fat. It's crazy. If it didn't damage your internal organs, I would be like, everyone should take it. It makes you build muscle like it's nothing. It burns fat like it's nothing. There'd be no more fat people if everyone could do steroids. It literally, actually, there's some types of steroids where they give you shots in your hip, and it'll melt all the fat. And if you have any fat, it'll leave a dent there. Steroids normally will melt fat. It's a crazy thing.
Fine. Wrestling is...
My boy, Roddy. One of the greatest ever. Roddy Piper. From Portland. Well, originally from Canada, from Portland, though. He's a Portland guy.
It has a tremendous entrance plan.
When he died, that blew my mind.
You come in as, boy, here you are. You rock and roll and everything is wonderful. It's got no exit plan.
And Roddy Piper should know. A few months ago, he climbed back into the ring.
What would you have me do at 49 when...
Oh, my God. At this point, he's only 8 years older than me.
God. My pension plan, I can't take out till I'm 65. I'm not going to make...
He didn't make it. No, he's right. He didn't make it. He did not... Dude, that's so sad. It makes me want to cry. He didn't make it. He didn't make it. He's right here. He didn't make it to 65.
65. Let's just face facts, guys.
And while Piper has returned to a game that says it has cleaned up its act, the fast times that claim Spicoli and so many others remain etched in the minds of those who, to some degree, have survived life in pro wrestling.
I hate it. I don't watch myself on TV. I hate that guy. Because I know what that guy's thinking. I know what that guy's capable of doing. I know what he's thought of. And there's nothing nice about it.
Yeah, Roddy was a very tall, lanky guy. So, next to Hogan, it didn't look ridiculous, but Hogan looked fucking jacked, and Roddy just looked like a tall, naturally big guy. Kind of skinny next to Hogan. But they were the main, in the early 80s, it was Roddy versus Hogan. That was, the main feud.
Yeah.
Not that guy at all.
That guy being you.
That guy being Roddy Piper.
Pre-Hulkamania
She ended up
era.
apologizing for that shit, too, though, to Vince. So, yeah.
Right before Roddy died, Stone Cold got him fired from his podcast because he did a bit him and Roddy and Stone Cold had podcasts on the same network, and Roddy did this joke where he had a fake Stone Cold call into his show, and he did this bit kind of like Howard Stern used to do, and Stone Cold heard it and got pissed and called the network and got Roddy fired from it, and then Roddy died a week later.
So Steve Austin killed Roddy Piper.
I don't think that, but I think it's fucked up. By the way, I took a phone call from Andy Richter when I worked at a call center, and he was mad, and he was kind of mean, but at the end, when I fixed his problem, he was like, I'm sorry, man, it's really stressful, and I don't like calling these things. I was like, it's all right, man. His real name is Paul. Paul Richter is his real name. You can look it up.
Everybody, we're back. My next guest this evening is the wrestler and the owner of the wrestler for and owner of the World Wrestling Federation. And this Sunday, he is putting his company up for grabs in a winner-takes-all match against Stone Cold Steve Austin. This is some exciting stuff. Let's take a look.
No, I'm skipping the WWE clips because it's fucking... WWE on YouTube is fucking stupid and they ruin everything.
I didn't know they could fight in hospitals now. Sure. I didn't know. Please welcome Vince.
By the way, when Vince McMahon took the bedpan to the dome, that was a classic moment. That's what they're talking about. Look at him. He's as tall as Andy Richter, but under that suit jacket, he is jacked. It's crazy. Conan O'Brien's kind of tall, too.
Yeah, he's tall.
Oh, there is so much to talk about, Vince. First of all, I've been watching you for a while.
Yeah.
And your look of shock and horror when you hear that Stone Cold Steve Austin is in the building is the greatest look of shock I've ever seen in film, on television. You know what we're talking about.
That was the greatest angle in wrestling ever.
Yeah.
No one had ever done it before. A wrestler was tired of his boss fucking him, basically. And he's going to beat his boss's ass. And his boss just happens to be the, announcer, which I loved. And that ended Vince McMahon as an announcer when that heated up.
When you think that you've won, and then you hear that music, that look of absolute horror.
The one of, I think I know the look.
Yeah. And what I love about that is that
he's not here, is he?
Yes, he is. He's coming out right now.
No.
You just have to do that sometimes for 10 minutes while he makes his way into the building.
It's pretty natural, actually.
Oh, really? It's just you're that scared.
So think about how old this looks, and Vince McMahon is already an older guy here.
Yeah.
He's an old man now.
I said it was pretty natural.
Oh, all right. Well, let's talk about something that worried me a little bit, which is I was looking at all the merchandise that Stone Cold Steve Austin has.
Yes, he has quite a bit.
He has all this amazing stuff. He's got this thing where the eyes move. He's got a straw. He's got a car where he's naked driving it. He's got videotapes. He's got action figures. There's a rug, a Stone Cold Steve Austin. Have you seen this rug? He has a rug.
I like how Vince pretends that he's offended by it, but meanwhile he's making all the money off of this shit.
Actually, right here, which I actually have in my room, and it's very cool.
Yeah, Stone Cold merchandise blew up. Stone Cold was the biggest merchandise wrestler ever. Even till this day. Even more than John Cena.
There it is. And then we come to you. This is your action figure. A guy...
Doesn't look like him.
This is a guy kids really want to play with.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll get you with my microphone. I might announce something bad about you. Everyone else has kung fu grip. Everybody else shoots their stuff. And look at you right there. I'll say something pretty nasty.
That's pretty pathetic.
Can't you get a better action figure?
That's pretty realistic, actually.
Well, let's talk about the wrestling world, because obviously that's where the money is these days. Is there any way, because we're on at 12:30 at night, say that I, for example, could fit into the wrestling world if I were interested? And if there was is there anything at all?
He's like, yeah, come over.
Probably not.
You're bringing ratings.
Physique, but is there something else I can
Jay
do?
Leno did wrestling, actually. Yeah. He had Hulk Hogan in a hammerlock. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Definitely a manager.
A manager?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Put a little fez or a little dunce cap on or something like that. I think you'd fit right in, but you'd need, to take one for the home team on occasion and learn to distract WWF officials, which is not too difficult, but I'm sure you could handle that. But you need to manage someone who, someone of greatness. I mean, someone of your magnitude coming into the World Wrestling Federation that hand-pick someone.
Right.
A really great athlete.
Is there anyone here you think could handle it?
I think Andy is you know, I mean, that's the luck.
He is so fucking funny. Like, I remember Conan tried to do Conan without him, and it's hard.
I mean, that was great. How much would people pay on pay-per-view if Conan's managing and you're actually wrestling?
Right.
What would people pay to see you, like, you know, in a loincloth, kind of like? You know? I've given that some thought.
It's been a long time since I got paid to be in a loincloth.
I got a little something back here that might.
You brought your own merchandise?
Well, you know, it's like you have to be prepared. Now, what if we would call Andy Cheeks? That's pretty menacing.
Yep.
Yeah. Imagine those big hams out there, you know.
You get to keep that shirt now.
Yeah,
Andy.
right. Yeah.
Here are my cheeks. All right. This isn't our Cinemax
entertainment. Now stepping
I love this interview.
forward, a lot of men saying that there's a good deal.
This was a very homophobic thing back in the day.
It was, well, like, everyone was. See, the thing was, in wrestling, a lot of the guys at the top were gay and were like, being like, if you want to get a job in wrestling, you should fuck me, basically.
Yeah, that's what they said, and I think that a
It
lot of
did
people said
happen. Pat Patterson, he did.
Yeah.
Of gay sex abuse underway in the world of wrestling, and everybody all these years has been scared to step forward. Now come forward a number of people
Barry
to say,
Orton.
because I wouldn't have sex with another guy in the game, I couldn't get promoted, including three, honestly, some. Well, listen,
Vince
while you're
wouldn't have
laughing,
even been on this show if there wasn't like a reason for him to be on here. Like, he came on here.
This has been a not so funny issue for women. Now we have a casting couch essentially alleged in the wrestling game, and some guys are saying I lost my job because I wouldn't do this to this guy.
Holy shit! Have I made $0 tonight? Can someone chuck me a couple bucks? Streamlabs.com/BenPie to help me out here. I've been going for an hour. I do these streams to keep shit going. Help me out, guys.
Who was higher, more powerful than me on the ladder. And before you think this is trivial, first of all, let's understand that a couple of these charges involve kids, 14 years old, juveniles. You go to jail for a long time if you're involved with sex of any kind with a juvenile. One more point. The Wrestling Federation, you know how you tee-hee, ha-ha, what a joke, hoo-hoo, 1.7 billion.
If you say so.
Thank you. Thank you. $10 in.
In 1990.
1.7 billion in 1990. That grew so exponentially.
That's more revenue that has been generated by the NFL. So while you're laughing, somebody is whistling all the way to the bank.
I love Phil Donahue. I think he's still alive too, which is insane. He was great. He got fired from MSNBC for being against the war, and he never worked again after that. And by the way, he's married to Marlo Thomas, the daughter of Danny Thomas, the founder of St. Jude's Children's Hospital, from Toledo, Ohio, by the way.
Three people who used to be in the wrestling game who are going to tell you that they indeed encountered people who wanted sexual favors, and they were professionally penalized when they said no. And if you think the WWF is hiding
Shabisky
behind...
sent me a fax saying not to tip. Sorry, Ben.
Fuck Shabisky. I'll fight him. You know what? I'm gonna have Keemstar set me up the next fight between me and Shabisky.
go. I took out Jared. I'll take you out next.
Dude, you know what? This isn't UFC video game. You're fucking around. Like, I'm smaller than you.
Pimp, tell him.
But I would. Yeah, Pimp, tell him, Pimp.
Love what you guys do. Here's some support.
I would whip Shabisky's ass. Yeah, I would end it in the first round.
You trying to have sex or you trying to?
I think Ben
trying
will
to
take.
whip
I'm pretty sure Ben will take you. Come on, man.
Oh, I am
I'm a big tough
absolutely sure.
You know this, Pimp. What? You know.
I am absolutely sure.
I think you probably need to fight people like dead people.
Yeah, I could beat the shit out of them.
My whole life I've fought people bigger than me.
Lawyers, here is the head of that organization.
I can go fight no more. I get my ass whooped now.
Who has accepted, incidentally, recently, resignations from 2 executives who stand accused of gay sexual harassment.
I like how they put it, gay sexual harassment.
He'll have a prepared statement. First, let's get...
Now they would
This is playing off of like back in the day of homo.
This is 1985, maybe?
It's a total different. People look at gay is totally different than they did in 1980 something. I guarantee you that.
Charges underway here. Gentlemen, Murray Hodgson...
By the way, Oprah stole her show idea from Phil Donahue.
Hired by Vince McMahon. Here on my left for the TV job. You were the commentator.
Her skin color, Phil Donahue. He was black, and then she went and stole her skin color from Phil Donahue.
And then fired 2 months later. What happened? Can you specifically, and without taking us around the world, tell us, what is it that happened to you?
I wouldn't sleep with the vice president of operations, so they fired me.
That's Pat Patterson, by the way.
Is the vice president of operations one of those who resigned?
Yes, he is.
And do you want to name him?
I don't think that'd be necessary.
He came back.
Did you announce? Did you do any color for any telecasts?
Yes.
About how long did you do the color?
Oh, I started for about a month. They hired me for a 2-year deal, and it just went right out the window when I decided that I didn't want to sleep with the vice president.
Was there any touching? Was there any kind of vulgar locker room activity? We're trying to be specific here, Murray, as a court of law would oblige any person to be of any gender.
It was a little worse than that. He blatantly threatened my job security.
He didn't say sleep with me, did he? That the way men talk?
Fuck me in my ass.
I
don't think this is the proper forum to be
I agree
discussing
with
the
you, and I
rapid
appreciate
details.
very much you're bringing a certain amount of decorum to this. This is a daytime television show, and we don't want to draw any dirty pictures.
I love Phil Donahue. And look how gray Phil Donahue is at this point, too, and he's still around.
Did it happen more than once?
No.
Just once?
Yeah.
And then how long after you said no were you dismissed?
Just a couple of weeks.
Barry Orton. Here's Barry Orton.
Barry Orton, which, by the way, is Randy Orton's uncle.
The former professional wrestler.
Look at him. He looks just like Randy Orton, too. Like, they look the same in the face.
Job with the WWF after refusing similarly.
And Barry Orton is a guy who you couldn't, like, push yourself on. He's passed away, I think, now. But
Actually, no, I've never actually said that. Okay, that's something that the media has come out, and with the stories that I've given, they have kind of turned it around to where I've said that. I've never said that. However, I had encounters with 2 of the gentlemen that have resigned since the allegations began. And these incidents, of course, happened in 1978, which is a long time ago. However, the impact and the gravity of the situations are very severe. And, you know, if they were...
Bob Orton Jr. do favor. They did favor.
he looks like... Yeah, Bob... Yeah.
Behaving that way then, and, you know, they would be behaving that way.
I would venture to say Barry would have been the better wrestler than, like, as a star than Bob.
You know, he might have been a bigger star, but not, I don't know about better wrestler. Bob was a good worker.
Barry's thing is like, I got fired because I wouldn't fuck the dudes that told me to fuck them.
Now I would expect.
No laugh here. You accuse an executive of grabbing your crotch, legs, and chest, and wouldn't...
Barry's definitely a better looking guy than Bob Orton. I would say.
Stop.
Yeah, well, I was in between the two of them in the back seat of the car.
I like how he has to tell everybody, don't laugh before this, because it's so funny when a male gets molested.
Well, he's huge too. Well, he's an Orton. He's an Orton, so he's probably like 6'4", probably like 270 pounds. Like,
And also, Shabisky, it was way more taboo back in the 80s to say a man was raped stuff than it is today.
yeah, like if if a gay guy hit on you, if a gay guy hit on you, you like physically, well, but when they're your boss, you can't do that, right? So.
I mean, everything was way different back in. I mean, even though it's still kind of like people still kind of cough at it or whatever, but they accept the fact that men go through some things too more than they did back then.
Yep.
On a trip.
You were in the center.
Right.
You thought it to be a place where a junior guy has to sit.
Pretty much.
This would be early 80s?
This was 1978.
78.
Right.
So this is before the billion-dollar Wrestling Mania pay TV Hulk Hogan era. And you had to drive. You know, you guys weren't.
I feel bad
walking in
for
money
him.
then.
Right, and everyone, you know, the more people in the car, the better, because everyone would split the expenses. And
That's how it used to be. And every, like, you did your show at the arena that night, and depending on where the show was the next night, you hopped in the car and drove to the next town overnight. If there was a day in between, you slept at like a shitty motel and then got up and drove.
There's some great shoot stories about the two boys with the cars too, man.
Oh my God. I've heard Savage was a good wheelman. I've heard Jake Roberts was a good wheelman.
Aren't you saying that you got out of the car and said, not me? And
Oh, yeah. You know, went on for several minutes. I finally demanded that the car be. At first, I thought
I know
it
the
was kind of
click
funny.
made
that
Triple H drive because he didn't drink.
He doesn't drink. Of course.
Yeah, hell yeah.
they were joking, but then it became, you know, harassment.
Right. Barry, it would be hard for a jury to feel a whole lot of sympathy for a guy of your size. You know what I mean?
Wrong, Ben.
Oh.
Harris.
A helpless woman you're not.
I know who Pimpmunk's favorite wrestler is. Naomi.
I like that booty. Naomi. You know me. But actually, she's
Naomi is your favorite wrestler.
If
If Naomi came and sat on your lap and asked if she was your favorite wrestler, would you tell her she was?
Well, as my dick entered her ass, probably so. But I always have to say that. Jerry Lawler is my favorite wrestler.
Until Naomi comes around.
Jerry Lawler or Austin and Mick Foley, man. Those three were like, I love those three.
Yeah, I think Naomi and Sasha Banks quit, actually. Right?
Yeah, they did. They both walked out. Which one?
They'll be in AEW once their contracts.
She married one of those
You know what?
hoes?
Yeah, she is. Yeah. You know what? Honestly, now with Vince gone, I see AEW taking over wrestling. I see WWE probably going out of business. Dude, watch it. We didn't see Vince.
Here's one thing. I don't see the point of the business. AEW may become the superior company. I'm not saying that won't happen, but I don't think WWE will go out of business. But I also believe if they put Triple H at the helm,
he's already
let
there.
him do what he wants, I think he can turn everything around.
Triple H had like a horrible injury, like a illness. Yeah. And that's from steroids, dude. A lot of those guys who did steroids, they're like, while the steroids like enlarged their muscles, it enlarged their hearts too, which is something you don't want enlarged. And
you know what I think? All jokes aside, I'm sorry. I think they should get rid of the writers and bring in bookers.
Who? Hold on. Let me go pee really quick and like think of who you like in a Pimpmunk centric world, who you would book to be the bookers. I'll be right back.
Oh, what was the bookers? Oh yeah, I already know a couple. So Shabisky.
Yeah, babe.
I know you don't know much about what we're talking about, so here's your chance to say a few things because Ben's gone and yeah, or not
About wrestling?
about anything.
Why are you picking on me, pimp?
I'm giving you an opportunity to talk.
Well, I'm giving you an opportunity to talk.
I've been talking.
Well, I'm giving you more opportunity to talk. You're
Okay,
welcome.
Can
I'm so
we
nice
talk
to
about
you.
how many TikTok followers I got?
What's today?
Let me go look. Right now it's at 286,000.
All right, so
I've gained 2,000 followers since we started the show.
well, I gained 0, so you know what now?
And my one video just passed because now it's at 10.5 million views.
Impossible. Impossible.
I did not fire Shab from the show.
He fired me from a cannon.
Shab quit.
Into the sun.
No, Shab just walked. Shab gave up on us and he turned his back on us. But no, I don't want people to get yeah. So anyways, how you guys doing in the chat room? Are y'all doing all right? I hope you're doing all right. But I know there's a couple that can't stand me. That one guy that comes in every week, he just hates my goddamn.
There's one person that really hates me, and they I was showing my wax at some point, and they're like, "Yo, that's nasty looking. Your wax is supposed to be clear." And it's like I've gotten wax that's pretty fucking clear, but it's like no, the most part, it's supposed to be it's like this wax right here, like it's not supposed to be clear.
Is this fascinating or
it's-
what, Tubes?
Tubes.
Entertainment.
What are you?
Now stepping forward.
Vince
You
McMahon
Cobra?
news going on. Crazy.
Here's Vince Russo's take on Vince being fired or retiring.
Pandora's box, bro. It only takes one.
Him talk.
I mean, it only takes one. You know, it's funny. I was watching a documentary on Weinstein the other day, and you know, bro,
You're gonna compare Vince McMahon to Weinstein, really?
everybody in Hollywood knew what was going on, and nobody was saying a word. People that worked
So where's the video evidence of you talking about what's going on?
for him, CAA, everybody. Well, what happened, bro, was he flew in this
He'll
model
say bro like 5 million.
Bro.
from Italy. And this model
I
from
have
Italy
never
met
watched
with,
this podcast, and I never will.
Yeah, he's trash.
and he did his business with the robe and the massage and the whole 9 yards.
And of
Okay,
course,
now,
he's on
bro,
Hannibal TV, who's also trash, by the way.
this model,
Hannibal is actually a wrestler that got.
Yeah, but he's a trash person.
He got hepatitis from Abdullah the Butcher. They like narrowed it.
Trying to find out that may not be true.
Really?
Yes, there's some things that come out recently. I'm not going to speak on them because I don't know all the facts. But yeah, there may
from
be
Italy.
bullshit.
She already had a career, so she wasn't one of these young Hollywood actresses, you know. So when this happened, bro, she went to the police.
Bro.
She
Yeah, the
went to
bro
the
shit is
NYPD.
Oh,
and
he
then they
says
started
more than anybody I've ever
This
heard in my
guy
life.
right here, this old guy, takes credit for all the success that wrestling had in the 90s.
Yeah, he takes credit for all of the.
He's like, bro, that was my idea, bro.
He takes credit for Stone Cold character and how the Stone Cold character got started. It's been out there for years. Stone Cold created it.
In ECW, basically.
But yeah, it started basically, and how he wanted to be like. He seen that HBO documentary of the Iceman, the hitman for the mafia. He seen that documentary and he's like, "Damn, this could be a good character." And that's how it got started. So yeah,
Bro.
investigating it, and that opened up the Pandora's box. And it's very similar here, bro, because you know,
Y'all say it like breaking
Bro.
one sentence 8 times.
This is like a late 50s guy, too, saying bro.
Yeah, it's just so ridiculous.
The origins of the Vince story was it was a.
By the way, I met Eric Bischoff at a bar, and
He hates fucking Vince.
he does, but I'll tell you what, Eric Bischoff is one of the funniest guys I've ever met in my life. He was cracking jokes on everybody at the bar that night. It was hilarious. I love Eric
I
Bischoff.
did want to answer that question about the bookers who I would get the book. I'll tell you that in a minute.
Friend of the person who got the NDA. And, you know, again, bro, I talked about this when it happens. All it takes is one, bro. One. And John, I swear, in the business, bro, I am not BSing
Say,
you.
God damn it, I want to beat him to death.
I've had 4 women in the business.
You know, him and Razor Fist are big buddies.
Oh, there you go. I can't fucking
Yep.
stand race, bitch.
Yep.
3 workers, 1 producer. Basically tell me stories of their sexual harassment. And you know how the business
So why are
is,
you
bro.
just now talking about it?
Nobody will come forward because they're going to be
always
black.
does that shit. Like, he'll always come out like, I knew this. Well, why? If you knew that something bad was going on, then why didn't you speak up? Makes you fucking aided in bed, motherfucker.
All from the business. It's going to be their word against Vince's and all that stuff. But now, you know, something like this gives them the opportunity to come forward.
Bro.
So you just don't know, man, how many people are out there. You just don't know.
Can a comet fucking hit the room he's in right now, please?
Seems like this is the tip of the iceberg with some of these stories because there's like 4.
Are you going to give him credit? He does deserve a little bit of credit for what he did.
Yeah. But basically, the segments that he was really responsible
He made them more
for was all-
edgy. He was like a young...
like the Jerry Springer episode
Yep.
type of shit. It's what he would do. He would watch Jerry Springer and then come up with an idea. Literally, that's what he did. Literally. And,
Yep.
and he's I don't know, dude. Yeah, Jim Cornette calls him shit stain.
Women, $12 million.
I would love to see that MMA fight.
Cornette.
I want it literally with no rules. Biting and like eye gouging and groin shots. I want that all legal. When they fight each other.
It's like, if that's what happened recently, I want to keep going back and see what else is out there.
Yeah, I mean, we go back to the 80s with the female referee.
Yeah, Rita Chitteron, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that goes back to the 80s, bro.
So he's bringing up there was a woman referee that accused Vince of like sexual coercion.
Yeah.
And maybe it's true. I mean, like, shit wasn't...
Oh, yeah, I'm not going to say it ain't true.
It could be, it could not be. Like, I'm on the fence.
Exactly.
There's no evidence of it, but back then, I mean, like, things were swept under the rug more easily. Vince also swept under the murderer's accusations of Jimmy Snuka, who was his top talent at the time. A guy who could do like high flying shit, but was like a big guy.
Vince did some really shady shit. Ain't no doubt about it. And that was something that come out to be pretty much proven that Snuka did it.
By like they reopened the case and they charged Snuka, but they couldn't charge him because he was found unfit to stand trial because he had Alzheimer's. We had Alzheimer's at the time. Like, if your mind is gone, you can't stand trial. You can't stand trial at that point. So,
like what happened in the 90s?
I don't know if he did it, but
yeah, bro.
Crazy, but I know I guess he's paid a lot of money, hopefully out of his own.
Amazing talent.
Dude, he was the first high flyer at like 250 pounds of high flyer, too. Like a big
he was the first
guy.
person to ever jump off the top of a cage. He was the first person.
That is, I would show it to you right now, but it'll get flagged by WWE.
And he did like a splash. It's a Snuka splash.
And Mick Foley was in the crowd and saw that, and it inspired him to jump off of the roofs of houses to do like splashes
not
like that.
WWE's accounts, right? You hope.
Yeah, but even if he had,
let's talk about the best bumpers, right? Like, they always say Kurt Hennig or whatever. I think Mick Foley should be.
And by the way, I'll bring this up to you, Pimpmunk. I'm not going to mention their name because they don't want to be brought in. I have a friend who works for Hulk Hogan right now. Like they were working their like day job that Hulk Hogan would go into, and then Hulk Hogan was like, they told them that they didn't like working there, and Hulk was like, why don't you come work for me? And now they work for Hulk Hogan, and they're partying with Hogan and Jimmy Hart and shit, which is pretty amazing. Jimmy Hart, one of the greatest ever too.
I love Jimmy Hart.
The mouth of the South.
In Memphis.
Yeah.
You know, Jimmy Hart. Yeah, I grew up on Jimmy Hart, so yeah, I love Jimmy Hart.
as bro, and he probably did, because I don't think Vince McMahon is that stupid. But man, bro, what a horrible look. Because a non-disclosure, basically, bro, like that's hush money.
But yeah, they were doing their day job in Tampa, and Hogan just happened to go in there every day and got to know them. And then was like, you want to come work for me? And now they work for Hogan. Yeah.
So, like, you know, why hush money? Vince, why couldn't, if it was all consensual, then why couldn't you have a relationship with one of these? You know what I'm saying, bro? It's so, I don't know, bro. It's so, it's so corny. I mean, that's really what it comes down to, bro. It's so corny. There are
he was trying to run a family-oriented company for years. It was considered family-oriented. And, you know, so, yeah, there's reasons, and it would hurt business and stuff. So I'm not saying, I mean, it could be harassment, too. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying that it couldn't, you know, there is reasons why it wouldn't be, you know, where he's just an evil person.
In Vince's position that have, you know, legitimate relationships and date, you know, the problem is, though, you see what happens, John, is it becomes a lie on top of a lie on top of a lie. When I brought Bruce Pritchard back into TNA, I think it was 2011-ish, bro, Bruce told me Linda and Vince haven't been together for years. 4 years. So, you know, my thing is, okay, like, why is that a secret? So now the fact that is a secret, everything else has to be a secret. And, bro, all you got to do at some point is pull one string and then boom, you know. But the fact that they haven't been together for years, but it was a secret and nobody could know about it, because that makes it look.
They have an agreement marriage where, like, the thrill is gone, but they still work as a team, is what it
Clinton
is.
Nest.
The thrill is gone.
Like Bill and Hillary, really.
Exactly.
Worse for Vince, because
you know the thrill is gone, though, right?
It is gone. It's gone away.
It's gone.
Because now all of these things look like affairs, when in fact he hasn't been with Linda. But the fact that he kept that a secret, now it makes it look really worse.
thing I love about the XFL is
I
the
love
heart and
this.
soul that these.
This man should run for president, by the way. Could you imagine a Jesse versus Trump debate? Like, I just want to say, you might not like Jesse, but you like him better than Trump, easily.
Oh, yeah.
And could you imagine Trump trying to bully Jesse like he bullies everybody else? It wouldn't happen. It would not happen at all. He'd be like, shut up. He would literally tell Trump to shut up. And what's next? Trump going to come fight him? Like, what? It wouldn't happen.
Players show.
The early XFL was a good
Love of
idea.
the game of playing football and the opportunity of continuing to play the game they love here in the XFL.
A lot of you tuned into the XFL the first week. Unfortunately, most of you never came back. Well, we listened to you, and we've made the rule changes to give you what you really want. So come back.
And they were like, come into the cheerleaders' locker room.
Halftime, we'll take you into the cheerleaders' locker room.
I would like to introduce all of you ladies.
I love this. This is so
to the
ridiculous.
One man that's going to be privileged enough to walk into your locker room with a camera. And here he is. His name is Bruno. Say hi to the girls, Bruno. Hi, girls. Have fun.
Here now, Vince McMahon. Thanks for coming, Vince.
Pleasure.
XFL ratings are down 75% from week 1. They now rival the lowest ratings ever in prime time, not just for a sports program, but for any television show.
Right.
Can you guarantee me right now that there will be a year 2 for the XFL?
Can I guarantee you that? I can't guarantee you that I'm going to be breathing in and breathing out after we leave this studio.
But you're pretty sure about that one.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure about the continuation of the XFL in one form or another.
No,
Does that mean on network television or not?
He was sure about it though. He brought it back in 2020. Like, I don't know.
And honestly, it was good in 2020.
It was
but COVID
good.
killed
It was good.
COVID killed it.
I went to one of the games live. It was good.
On NBC in year 2.
And Rock's going to bring it back
I would
too.
like to say so,
there you go.
yes. NBC has been very supportive. I think that the difference here, Bob, is that people have to understand that when you start a league like this, I mean, this is not the easiest thing to do. I mean, let's face it. So when you start a league like this, even though we have many advantages, it's not easy. You make mistakes along the way. You correct your mistakes. You focus. And you go forward in terms of
And
brand
also
building. And this is
sports
brand
reporters
building. This is not
were
just
biased
television programming. And that's
this
the
from
thing I
the
think that a lot of
get-go
people,
back in that day.
quite frankly,
They
miss. I mean, it's all about, the 13 weeks and out or less in terms of television programming these days, especially with the attention span of a lot of the programmers on network. So, I mean, again, I think that once the affiliates understand that this is brand building, I think we're in it for the long run with NBC is certainly my hope, and they've given me every indication that that is the case.
It's one thing to try to build a brand on cable or elsewhere, but even on Saturday night, which has not been the best night for the networks in recent years, that airtime is meaningful, it's important, and it can't be sacrificed week after week if some improvement isn't shown. That's just common sense, right? Significant improvement.
Well, certainly I don't think anything is going to be sacrificed. At the same time, again, I think there has to be a longer range approach, that this is not just programming. We're in it for the long run. I'm very long range oriented in everything that we do business wise. So, I mean, I think that once the affiliates catch on to that, and stay with it, I think we have to make a marked improvement in our television ratings. And quite frankly, I'm disappointed in them, no doubt about that. I think that, we started out with this huge television rating and dropped off.
Curiosity factor, promos
I think
leading
it was
up.
curiosity factor, but I think we made some mistakes as well. I mean,
What were the biggest mistakes, and what can you correct, or is it too late in some cases because people have gone away?
I don't think it's too late. I think that the caliber of the play initially was not as good as it should be. The caliber of play now is fantastic. It's great. It's
the same players by and large. How in the space of a month can the caliber of play improve that much?
Oh, when am I back from TikTok in jail? It'll be Saturday, I think. I'm in TikTok live jail right now. I can't go live with TikTok.
Damn, what did you violate? It's like Nazi sizing all over again.
It said it was. They said that I basically said harassed somebody or something.
You gross motherfucker. How could you do
No,
that?
it wasn't that sexual. It was like
Poot.
hateful behavior is what it was, because I did cuss somebody.
Yeah, see, Rat Lord gets me.
Real easy because, we didn't have the luxury of starting, a 4-week preseason like the NFL normally does. Again, this is a startup league, Bob. You got to give us a little bit of a break here, and the media does as well, because we knew we were going to make mistakes, and we have made them. So had we started up in a longer preseason, then the teams would have been far more cohesive. They would have looked much more like NFL football, though we said all along this is not NFL football. So I think the caliber of the play now is extraordinary. It's exciting. You've got wide open offenses now, and and a lot of points are going up on the board. You've got innovations which we have made, and quite frankly, some of the network execs that cover the NFL are already talking about stealing them.
You mean audio and having the cameramen on the field and a different point of view? That
They
sort of
did,
thing.
too.
Different
NFL
production
did.
techniques.
They did.
Actually steal the scramble if they could. You know, I mean, that's kind of
Instead of the
interesting,
coin
too.
toss.
Right. You know, we call it the human coin toss. You know, so the idea here is to start up a league in which players have opportunity, otherwise would not.
A little competition can help a lot.
Have an opportunity. It's a very family-friendly in terms of ticket prices. You know, we've been averaging some 27,000.
It's very family friendly, but we let people in the cheerleader locker room.
People coming to our live events, which I would suggest would rival, if not supersede, what the old AFL did when they first started, and even the NFL. Let's look at this realistically. The NFL has been at this for 75 years. You know, it's not fair, you know, to jump all over us and, okay, when are you guys going to die? Is it over yet? You know, can it please be over yet? You know, 75 years of building a brand, you know, and the NFL is where they are now, more power to them. I think they do some things wrong that we do right. And I think that it's going to take a little time to build our brand. And you can't do it in 1 year's time. It's unrealistic for anyone who wants to partner with us.
Stand-up desk. He's all over the goddamn place, ain't he?
Yeah.
Think that you can build a brand.
I'm up the nail. I'm gonna take a dab. I have my stuff over here. That's how I take my dabs.
What about
now.
this analysis, which seems pretty much on the money to me? It's not WWF enough for that crowd, and it's not good enough football for the sports-minded crowd. It's neither fish nor fowl. People took a look, and they split.
I don't think, you know, again, I think that that's not necessarily unfair, what you just said. I think our research indicates that the World Wrestling Federation fan likes his diet of WWF entertainment in its proper form. I think that in terms of a football fan standpoint, they like football. I don't think that they mind any of the rule changes that we've made, you know, any of our brand of football and bringing the game closer to the fan. The in-stadium experience is off the chart when you come to an XFL game. It's off the chart. You're really almost on the field. You feel so close to the play. So these innovations are fantastic. I think that again, the caliber of the play more than anything else, we weren't quite ready to play the kind of ball that we are currently playing. And it's my hope that, you know, that the media, you know, which has been, I think, somewhat unfair, you know, in jumping all over us and asking for this damn thing to please go away. You know, I think it's unfair when you consider the caliber of play that we have now. All I'm asking is just take another look at it now and judge it on its merit or lack of merit as it relates to football.
You came to this with plenty of power, with expertise from a certain area of television and entertainment. You came to it with celebrity, but in most people's minds, not with prestige because of the type of programming you're associated with. On the other hand, NBC has prestige. They risked not just dollars, they risked prestige. Do you think, is your sense as you deal with the people at NBC, that they're feeling the heat on that front?
Oh, I think they're feeling the heat. I mean, again, I think that the media made certain that they're feeling the heat. You know, I mean, they're asking Ebersol, you know, please get the hell out of this thing, you know. And Dick is very a stand-up guy and a friend of mine, as you know, for many, many years. Bob Wright as well. I think that they're in this thing with us, but at the same time, I don't know how much heat they can take, and I don't know what prestige means anymore, because again, when you think about brand building, I don't think the XFL has hurt NBC in terms of prestige. How? Because they've been associated with me individually, or, you know, the smear, if you would, of World Wrestling Federation entertainment? I mean, is that it?
I think there's a general perception that while the XFL doesn't go anywhere near where the WWF goes, that it's a low-rent form of
Have you
television.
seen any of the games? Tell me what is low rent.
Not so much.
Oh God, here it goes. Look at the size difference, by the way. I mean, like,
within the games, the pregame show, especially week one,
We don't have any
was one of the
pregame
most mindless things I've ever seen.
We don't have a pregame show.
Week one, there was a pregame show.
We don't have any pregame shows, which is one of
Anymore?
our problems. No, we've never had a pregame
What was the pregame show that aired in Los Angeles, in New York, and in other markets a half hour prior to the first game?
A local thing that the NBC O&Os put together, of which we had nothing to do with.
But it left the impression. It left the impression in many quarters that this was a low-rent deal. And I'm sure that
Quite
NBC
frankly,
is hearing it from affiliates, from station managers, and from some portion of the audience saying not just that we don't like this, so we prefer to watch something else, but that we're offended by this association.
Well, if that's the case, then they have to do what they have to do, and just like you do, Bob, I mean, quite frankly, from my standpoint, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm what makes this company, I'm what makes my company and this country go round and round. I take risk, calculated risk. And quite frankly, if you go back to when we first made this announcement of the XFL, we didn't have any partners. We were going to do it all on our own, okay? So I think it is a viable business. I think that that when you come to a live event and you see all these young people in the stands having a wonderful time, I think that our television ratings are going to build back. I think that we may throw a few things in there to get them back in terms of promotions and things of that nature, and we're going to have to do that. We're going to have to spend some money, that we otherwise may not have to spend. We're going to have to convince the media, quite frankly, to cover this for the event that it is, not the perception that you, as an elitist in my point of view, or others would have about it ain't low-rent football. I'm sorry. It's kids out there playing their hearts out.
It was people who got forgotten in the draft between college and the NFL, and there were players that shined and they made it to the NFL. And I think there should be these kids that are amazing football players that are expected to play 5 years in college and not get paid and make their university hundreds of thousands of dollars. They should be able to quit after second or third year and start making money in these professional leagues first. And honestly, a college quarterback doesn't necessarily translate to a good quarterback in the NFL.
Nope.
Tom Brady was a mediocre quarterback for Michigan. He was good, but not that great.
Yeah.
And he's the greatest ever. He really is.
Oh, yeah.
The numbers don't lie. He's the greatest quarterback in the NFL ever. I know that hurts you, but you know it's true.
I hate it, but no, I hate it.
You know it's true, though.
I said,
Come on, admit it.
He's the greatest Super Bowl quarterback ever.
He's the greatest all-around quarterback ever.
He's the greatest Super Bowl quarterback.
Why do you have to hold it again? He's the greatest. I mean, honestly, I never liked
Super Bowl quarterback ever.
He's the greatest. Get
I
over
think
it, man.
I personally think
greatest.
Peyton Manning is the best regular season quarterback that's ever played.
No.
I said personally. I said that's my personal thought.
But the numbers don't lie.
No one dismisses the players and coaches who are trying to make a living in a football league. No one dismisses that, and there are probably very good stories within that. There is an association, though, that in the minds of some is a plus. That's what brought a lot of that 10 rating the first week. People saying, well, I'll take a look at what Vince McMahon has cooked up, and I saw the promos. There are others who are put off by that. You bring both positives and negatives.
Who's put off? And in what way? What have we done? What have we done in anything with the XFL? We have cheerleaders. We said right out front we were going to have cheerleaders, nice-looking ladies that you were going to get to know, unlike the NFL, sort of has them but doesn't have them kind of a thing. If nothing else, we are brutally honest about who we are and what we are presenting. But there isn't one thing in that game that I know of that we've presented that's salacious in any way.
If the ratings don't turn around, will you be tempted to make it more salacious?
No, we just did that. We just did, as a matter of fact, you showed the clip at the top, of some sort of thing whereby we were going to go into the Orlando Rage cheerleaders locker room.
Right.
Okay? It was a spoof, all right? And
the guy hit his head, couldn't get inside, and
Right.
you tried to revive him as he lay there in the corner.
Right, and we said it was a blatant attempt to increase television ratings. As promos all week long, that's what we said. And it was, but we were winking at our audience. They understand what we're doing. And
I believe it's the quality of the football that's going to bring viewers back.
If you could be guaranteed that it would increase ratings, would you fix the games?
What a ridiculous statement.
It's not a statement, it's a question.
It's a question. I beg your pardon. It's a question. No. It's either football or it's not. Now, if it's entertainment, then no different than I did, a long time ago, when my predecessors tried to pawn off that wrestling was sport years ago. That's absurd.
And you came out and said it's sports entertainment, and the matches are staged.
Right, absolutely. So how could you possibly script a football game? Boy, you're giving me credit for a lot of talent that I don't think I have, okay? You have to catch the ball. You have to run with the ball. You can't script football. And
isn't
you
that
could.
really part of the problem?
You really could,
Yeah.
though. You could. If no one's actually trying to, block the pass, it's easy to throw a pass, like a complete pass. If you want to run the ball, it's easy to make everyone fake tackle, like they're trying to tackle them, but they fall down. You could.
Yeah.
Football on TV.
Right.
There's the NFL, and it has a long season, and all the college games.
Right.
And you have the World League in Europe, or the NFL Europe, I guess it's called. And if people just wanted to see football, they could pipe in Canadian Football League games. So if you can't do something significantly different at the edges, what's the real incentive to watch these games?
Well, the real incentive to watch the games is because it's the best football other than NFL you can possibly watch. It's not, European ball. It's not college ball. This is great football. And we didn't show that in our first several weeks. We also had some production problems, things of that nature. We also had the wrong announcers out there. That's part of our problem as well. We've
Hit Jim Ross and Jesse Ventura.
corrected production. We've corrected announcers as we're going forward.
Are WWF announcers the right announcers for football?
No, they're not. No, they're not the right
Will you be able to get top-flight announcers? Because I know within the business, and this is not from people necessarily who wish you ill, but within the business...
Oh, I'm sure there's no one who wishes me ill.
Well, I'm sure there are many people who do, but I think some objective people...
And why would they wish me ill? Hey, tell me, why do they want to wish me ill?
The show's only an hour long. There are many people, we'll get to it in a minute, who consider what you've done on the WWF, while successful, to be objectionable. We'll get to that in a minute. A lot of first-rate announcers are reluctant to be involved in this type of programming because they feel that it carries a stigma.
Well,
that it's not something that would look good on their resume. On the other hand, some established guys have done it, but many have backed away or would have no interest. So my question to you is, if you've got to get what you call the right announcers in there, what's your talent pool for that?
We'll have to create talent. Talent's out there. You have to go find it.
You call yourself a risk taker. You have been that.
Right.
If this turns out to be a grand-scale failure, what impact will that have on you?
Well, I get knocked on my keister. I dust myself off. You want to let me finish here for a second, pal? Shut your mouth and let me answer the question, all right? I'll be happy to answer. You got a situation that you don't know what you're talking
his big-ass finger coming at you is
about. This is the Bob Costas Interrupt program, right?
It's a characterization I think few would share, but it might work for you in this instance.
It worked for me. Take a look at the tape when you play it back. Right. How many times did Bob Costas interrupt Vince McMahon before he let him answer the question?
Just to try to keep you on point. Go ahead.
Sure. So, again, I think that, when you look at everything that we do on balance in terms of entertainment, you stay with the storyline, Bob, okay? Our women are extremely strong. Now, I would suggest that the degradation, as you called it, of Trish, which was of her own volition, by the way. I wasn't making her do that. This is a soap opera. If you stay tuned long enough, boy, I would suggest I'm likely to get mine as far as that character is concerned, as far as the Vince McMahon character is concerned. The women involved in World Wrestling Federation, from China all the way down, are very, very strong-willed women who, generally speaking, at the end of the day in the soap opera, get what they want and then some. But you have to stay tuned, Bob. It's not fair to take one little excerpt of this and one little excerpt of that and then generalize, okay?
Let's end on this.
We have to end? I'm having fun.
We have to end. I'm enjoying it too, but Bob Knight is waiting, and he deserves his time as well.
Bobby Knight, greatest basketball coach ever. Well, not one of the greatest ever. Kind of a cunt, too.
Coach Knight.
Coach Knight is waiting. safety of wrestlers. Not long ago,
I would love to see Vince and Bobby Knight do an interview
you settled
together.
a wrongful death suit with the widow of the wrestler Owen Hart. Had to pay $18 million. He was killed or died during a show in Kansas City when executing a maneuver. Right. Have you pulled back on the level of risk in some of these maneuvers?
As far as anything aerial, absolutely. You know, we would never attempt to do anything like we were doing with Owen again, because out of deference to Owen, if for no other reason. But yeah, I mean, again, I think that the risk factor increases, you know, with the athletes, no different as it does in all of sport, by the way, you know. And here we have the greatest entertainers in the world in World Wrestling Federation Entertainment, and I dare say some of the greatest athletes as well.
Hey, man, I gotta go, brother.
All right, good night.
Yeah, I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye.
Later.
Sorry about that.
Jump that risk thing quite often, absolutely.
Vince, we've got to go.
Oh, it's too bad. This is such a delightful show, Bob. And thank you so much for having me on.
I appreciate your coming on.
Oh,
thank you very much.
It's a delight.
And there is more just ahead, my friends.
He probably shook his hand really fucking hard.
He slapped it like, wow.
Yeah, he probably squeezed his
I'm
hand.
hardly a sympathetic individual. At the time, we didn't think of not continuing. Here's what happened.
Find out what happened as Vince McMahon gives OTR a worldwide exclusive.
We need to get to 100 likes, Benjamin. 100 likes.
Everyone like the stream.
Yeah. Hit the like. I'll take a big fat dab at 100 likes. Big fat dab.
Off the Record with Michael Landsberg, brought to you by the Kegs
This is a Canadian show.
Steakhouse and Bar.
Ew.
He is one of the most controversial men in North America. He is widely respected as one of the best businessmen in North America, but he has had his morality and many other things questioned about him. He is Vince McMahon. 2 months ago, the World Wrestling Federation, and in fact the world was shocked and saddened by the death of Owen Hart, the great Canadian wrestler. There are many issues that stem from that, and for the first time since that tragedy, Vince McMahon has agreed to speak one-on-one in a no-holds-barred interview with us today. Vince, thank you very much for the opportunity to do so.
My pleasure.
And Vince, we should put it on the line right now. You have told me, ask whatever you want. There are
Sure.
no rules, no stipulations about this.
None.
So let me throw it out to you. Owen Hart
Yeah,
died.
right.
1 hour later,
Dude, like this guy in the late 90s was supposed to be lowered to the ring, and his shit broke and he fell and died. That's what they're talking about.
Ross came on with the
He fell from the ceiling of an arena all the way down into the ring and died.
tragic news to the audience at home.
In front of like 20,000 people.
And yet you continued that pay-per-view event. Many people have questioned you for that, have criticized you for that.
Sure.
Why didn't you stop it?
Well, I think that when you're, first of all, this is the first time, and hopefully the last, any incident like this ever occurs in the WWF. And it's an excellent question as to why we continued on, because we have been criticized by many. Some also have supported us for continuing on. It was one of the most difficult things we've ever had to do, was to continue on. Quite frankly, for better or for worse, and people are going to think a lot.
Do you think they should have stopped, or do you think they should have just kept going? It was like the middle of the show.
I kind of agree with the show must still go on thing.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't make a difference. Them stopping doesn't make it more or less likely, but they definitely should take it very seriously. Like, respect, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, respecting him afterwards and everything, doing stuff, talking about him and how great he was. I'm sure they did a lot of memorable things like that.
Well, he ended up the company ended up getting sued by the family of Owen Hart, and eventually they had to pretend like he never existed, basically, because they couldn't even mention him because they'd be making money off of him.
Worse of me for saying this. At the time, we didn't think of not continuing.
Yeah, what the hell?
None of the performers.
Stop sleeping, Pimp.
None of the producers.
Oh, he's
not
awake.
me. No one. Now, whether or not that is because as performers it is ingrained in us that the show
Here, I'll
must
show
go
you.
on. I don't know.
This is what happened because it was a pay-per-view. It was a live thing. This is what happened.
Here at in Kansas City, tragedy befell the World Wrestling Federation and all of us. Owen Hart was set to make an entrance from the ceiling, and he fell from the ceiling. And I have the unfortunate responsibility to let everyone know that Owen Hart has died.
Yeah, that's what everyone heard that day.
So did that was that during the event that he died
Yes,
in?
yes. They had, like, it happened, and they faded to black and played a commercial and came back, and they're like, he died. Like, he fell from the ceiling.
Yeah, they should have went out of their way for sure to do a lot of stuff to respect him there on that show.
No one thought of stopping the show at that time.
So when you look back at it then, because at the time you're acting emotionally and you're shocked like everyone else, and,
they're kind of
maybe
treating
you're
this
almost in a
like,
trance given what
do
has
you
happened.
remember
But as you
the
look back,
rapper that happened with? One of those rappers, a bunch of people in the audience like got hurt, and he didn't stop the show to like make sure that they got medical help or whatever, and a lot of people were judging him for that. Travis Scott, thank you. And this is different. Them stopping the show.
This dude fell
doesn't
like 50
save-
feet. He fell like 50 feet. Like,
Yeah, it's very different.
into the
And them
ring.
stopping the-
He like
Yeah.
fell like a rag doll and died in the ring in front of everyone there in the crowd. It was,
Yeah.
and on TV they cut it, but
and you say, if I
But
could do it
Travis,
again.
but like in the Travis Scott situation, like him stopping it and telling people like, "Hey, let's take this serious," and everything. He has control over him keeping the party rolling while there's people hurt in the audience. That's different. He's putting people in danger by continuing it when he sees there's an issue going on. But this doesn't at all
It's
have
a different
any
scenario.
bearing on the situation. Yeah, it doesn't save his life or not.
Right.
Would you have
so,
stopped the show?
Show
Well,
must
first
go
thing, let
on.
me say that by continuing with the show, certainly, even in hindsight, there was no disrespect to anyone intended. None whatsoever.
Not intended.
Right.
But I'm not sure that disrespect was not laid on the Owen Hart family. I'm not sure that if I was a family member and someone close to me had died in the ring, and as you put it, what you do, your business is entertainment, and you allowed the entertainment to continue with the blood of Owen Hart still in the ring, I'm not sure that's not disrespectful to Owen Hart and his family.
It may be, from your standpoint. Again, it was something that we did not think about. No one thought about stopping the show. We all thought about how difficult it was going to be to get through. I think we had two other events after Owen's incident. That we had, after we found out Owen actually had passed away, we had two other events. Because quite frankly,
Yeah, I bet the
we didn't
wrestler
know.
would have liked for the show to go on. I
I
bet
don't
if you
know.
would've asked him-
His brother
I don't
says
know.
he wouldn't have. His brother,
Really?
His brother was a way more famous and successful wrestler than him. His brother was a world champion, Bret the Hitman Hart. And he says he doesn't think his brother would have wanted the show to keep going.
Owen left the ring. Then we didn't know. We had hoped for the very best. But we did get word from the hospital that he had passed away. And we had two other matches to go on. It was very difficult to do that, but we got through it somehow as performers.
Why didn't you tell the live audience? Jim Ross came on and very eloquently and I think very appropriately told the audience
This is the clip we just watched that they're talking
watching
about.
at home via pay-per-view that Owen Hart had died. Yet the people in Kansas City, Missouri at the arena didn't know that. Why didn't you tell them?
Well, my guts were telling me, don't announce to the live audience that Owen passed away. And I don't exactly know.
So they announced it on TV that Owen had died, but that crowd in that arena, they didn't announce that live.
Why, really, other than the fact
Yeah.
that...
Nope.
I don't know. It's a tricky situation or whatever. Like
He
I
fell
don't
from the
think
ceiling and broke his neck. Like it was.
Yeah, I don't look at him as someone bad for continuing the show. I think it's a hard thing to make a decision on, like what to do at that point, you know. And there's a show that needs to keep going on. I think that the show's
Or you pay refunds. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Fairly fair for
Yeah, I guess.
someone who was there to have that announcement. They were going to find out for sure, as everyone else in the world found out in due time. Was it appropriate at that time to announce after the event was over, oh, by the way, Owen passed away? That doesn't seem right to me. I don't know what would have happened to the audience. I don't know how they would have felt. I don't know what they would have done, whether or not there could have been any panic or what have you. I don't know. It just seemed not to be the right thing to do to announce to the live audience that Owen had passed away.
Dude, There's so many issues that come from
Yeah.
this, and it seems wherever you went, there was criticism that came your way.
Sure.
You went to the funeral with your entire roster in Calgary. I want to talk about that, but before that, I want to talk about your meeting with Bret Hart. Was it your first meeting since the Survivor Series? And
So, like, there's a history between Vince McMahon and the brother of this guy who died. Owen Hart's brother was the world champion, and Vince McMahon told him he was going to win a match and lied to him, and the other wrestler screwed him in the ring and beat him when he thought he was going to win, which, you know, in wrestling, you normally know if you're going to win before you get in. That is the brother of the guy who died. That just...
You guys talk about? Out of respect to Owen, I met with Bret. Otherwise, I'd have no reason to meet with Bret. Only out of respect to Owen. And Bret carried the entire conversation. I really thought he wanted to talk about Owen. He mentioned Owen in one sentence, and the rest of it was about Bret. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was all
what kinds of things
about
did he
Bret.
say?
I had ruined his marriage. I'd ruined his career. He wanted to go back to that incident at the Survivor Series. All he wanted to talk about was himself. Nothing to do with his brother. It was like, I don't know, I was like looking in the eyes of a skeleton in some respects. It seemed like that he wasn't human.
Whoa.
Oh.
It was a very weird experience.
So what do you feel like there in the funeral home, in that setting? You're surrounded by the Harts, who obviously are feeling a lot of anger towards you. The Ultimate Warrior, Hogan is there. I mean, guys who don't like you. You're clearly there in enemy territory.
Yeah, there's Hogan.
Give the viewer an idea what it
Look how much taller Hogan is than everyone he walks by.
felt like to be Vince McMahon in that situation.
Well, firstly, it was my duty to be there.
There's Jeff Jarrett. We were talking about him earlier.
And I wanted to be there. Whether I was persona non grata or not. Owen's widow Martha asked me to be there. So I wanted to be there on my own anyhow. And you know, regardless of me being persona non grata, you know, at that, I didn't care about me in terms of what people were thinking about me. I could care less at that time. That wasn't the time for me to be thinking about me. It was the time to be thinking about Owen.
Vince, people said that you were thinking about publicity, about public relations, about image. You knew that there would be lots of cameras there, and people have questioned the motivation of you bringing the entire roster there, that they think that you were doing this to try to put the best possible image on the company. Now, before you answer that, some of the criticism, I think, or at least some of the questioning, I think, is valid in the sense that when Brian Pillman passed away 2 years earlier, there was nobody from the WWF there, a much less publicized event.
Well, that was an entirely different set of circumstances as well. I mean, I went to Brian's wake. I didn't go to his funeral because of a conflict. But as far as, again, this instance is concerned, Owen's widow Martha asked that as many people as possible on the roster come to Calgary. So I allowed that to happen. Anyone who wanted to go, it wasn't the entire roster, but anyone who wanted to go, I'd be happy to make it as convenient as possible for them to go. And a lot of people wanted to go because Owen was a wonderful human being and a great friend, to many of us in the WWF.
In terms of the funeral itself, I want to ask you this question as it relates to Owen Hart and all of the people that were there. You saw that as your opportunity to make a statement. You came forward and you say that you paid for the funeral. Martha has come forward, his widow, and said that you did not. What's the truth the way you see it?
Again, you have to understand in all of this, I don't blame the Canadian public for looking at me as the bad guy and looking at me for, on every, notwithstanding my character on television, but I'm hardly a sympathetic individual, nor would I ask for any sympathy. But when you look at this, I'm at a tremendous disadvantage in this situation because of this tragedy with Owen, and Owen leaving his wife and his 2 young children. So naturally, the Canadian sympathy, if not sympathy all over the world, is justifiably and rightfully,
Yeah, the Harts are Canadian, so like the wrestling Canadian dynasty is like a different thing, and Vince is trying to appeal to
pay
that.
support. Well, here's what happened. We contacted the funeral home, sent our deposit, and what Martha wanted was a very lavish funeral. Fine. If that's what she wanted, then that's what we were going to give her, and we had a blank check to the funeral home. Subsequent to the funeral being over, we understand that she, I guess on advice of attorneys, I don't know, decided to come in and pay for part of the funeral. But, and you say that I say, I paid.
Yeah, I mean, they should have. They should have sued you and your company because he died under your watch, and who knows. And it came out later that it was not safe. He shouldn't have done that. Like, the stunt you asked him to do killed him. So, yeah, you're at fault for his death. Literally. Vince is at fault for Owen's death. He didn't cause it, but his company, like, he didn't, like, murder him, but his company, like, caused his death. It's awful. Anyway, I have to go pee. Shabisky gets full screen.
How's everybody doing? I get full screen now. Yeah. Boom. Full fiend. Is Pimpmunk dead? No, he was just sleeping. Let the dude sleep. Stop bugging him, God. How many likes are we at right now? Let's see here. We're not at 100 yet? Come on, guys, hit the like button. Hit the thumbs up. Tell him, Bill Hicks. Yeah, facial hair coming in nicely, Tubes. You like that? Thank you, Bill Hicks. Yeah, we don't have enough likes on the stream, guys. Hit the like button for us. We're at 9. I see 93 likes. Let's get to 100. 100 likes. Well, yeah, I know, Base. I'm asking everybody else that hasn't done it yet. See? No. What a bad time to time in. You don't like me? They don't like me. Oh, to tune in, yeah. Roris doesn't like me. I would take a dab here, but my girlfriend took the bong. Oh, yeah. Ben's just masturbating real quick, guys. Give him a minute. What do you guys want to talk about while he's
finishing? I'm already back. I'm already back. And while I was peeing,
that was quick. No.
I forgot to tell you something. Here's something that'll put this into perspective for you. So remember we were talking about the like videos we used to do on DP with the wrestler and his girlfriend?
Yeah.
So that guy, Teddy Hart, his uncle is the guy who fell from the ceiling and died.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was his mom's sister's son who fell from the ceiling and died. Or no, his mom's brother's. Hold on, it was his mom's brother. Sorry, I'm drunk. It was his mom's brother who fell from the ceiling and died. Sorry, I'm a little tipsy.
Trying to get the stream to 100 likes for
The only reason you can say that is because I wrote a letter to the Calgary Sun. Not a letter that was to be published, by the way. A letter just for the record to the editor to state that, hey, look, things are being said here. I don't wish to engage Martha in a public debate. I don't win that in terms of sympathy, regardless of the facts. She could be lying through her teeth. I'm not going to win regardless of the facts. So I did write a letter to the Calgary Sun simply stating the facts. And those facts were, yes, that I thought we were paying for the entire funeral. We were asked to, in a very lavish one at that, one of the most lavish funerals, I guess, ever, which is great. If that's what Martha wanted for Owen in terms of a send-off, then that's fine. If I can support that in any way, by bringing as many talents as would come, paying their way, things of that nature to make sure that they're there so they don't go out of pocket for their expenses or whatever, I'm happy to do that. I was only happy to do that. All of that, of course, was sort of turned around, and I would suggest that that the reason, or one of the reasons why there is such a bad PR type situation here really doesn't rest so much with Owen's widow Martha as it does with Brett. Because Brett was right in Martha's ear.
Vince is not going to watch this episode of DP, guys.
And all of the publicity, all of the talk shows, all of the media and this, Brett talking horrible about WWF fans and sure, I mean, there's no question there's that personal, vitriol that he has with me. I mean, that's the entire hour and some conversation was all about that when Brett and I spoke, not anything all about Owen. So, I mean, I think that, in a vulnerable position as Martha was, I credit Brett for being in her ear, and I just don't know that some of the actions that have been taken by Martha and by the Hart family aren't solely rest on Brett's shoulders.
He is Vince McMahon. He's the president and the chairman of the World Wrestling Federation. There's many other issues that we can talk about, issues that fortunately aren't quite as sad, and you and I can engage in debate about what the heck you're doing with the governor of Minnesota in your ring. We'll talk about that.
All right. So.
Yeah, I'm heating up the nail to take a dab for 100 likes, Ben.
Everyone help me get to 100% of my goal, and I'll keep going for another hour. If you could, if all of you could start a tip train and keep it going.
In the name of Satan. Right? In the name of Satan.
If you are drunk, help me reach my goal. And if you're not drunk, help me reach my goal too.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to talk because I wear these fucking weird braces.
Oh, the invisible things.
Honest Red likes this show because Pimpmunk isn't on it anymore.
He's right there. I can see him.
Yep.
Cheers, you guys.
Oh, he's on. I've got drunk Pimpmunk, or yeah. Drunk Monk.
Well, when you went public, because you took the WWF public,
right,
and your whole media entertainment empire.
Whatever that is.
Whatever that is.
Whatever that
I don't know. Whatever that is. I don't even know if you know what it is.
I probably don't.
Right. But I'm saying when you go public and everything, you don't get to the next day cash out all your stock.
No, definitely not.
Right. So at
But
what
they're
wouldn't be a good
calling you
thing.
a billionaire.
Right.
the
Are
very
you a
next
billionaire?
day.
I don't know.
You are.
It sounds good.
Is it amazing to think that, I remember even when I used to watch you when wrestling first started, to take off again and had its resurgence because of you. I never thought of you as, I thought you were the announcer. I didn't even know you were the owner of the WWF. I just thought you were the announcer
You weren't
guy.
always the owner, were you?
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
No.
My dad, actually.
Your dad owned it?
Yeah, my dad owned 50%. He had some other stockholders.
Was your dad a millionaire?
Probably not.
And then you took it over and...
How old were you when you got it?
Late 30s, early 40s.
And how long did it take before you really went on that rocket ship?
Not
to
long.
the
I mean,
moon?
actually, my dad, they had like little territories, back in the day.
Mhm.
And my dad's
drunk.
territory
I'm
was the
contributing to
northeastern.
the goal.
Yes.
Servant of the ancients.
Thank you. We're almost there now. Let's keep the stream going, guys. I've got a ton of content. I'll play more. Donate in the description. We're 58.33% of the way there.
Territory. And he was very successful, actually. And my premise was that what my dad sort of started in a more entertainment genre, would be successful all over the globe. So, and no one ever competed with anyone else. You never crossed into the other guy's territory type.
That's what we were saying earlier. You didn't go to, like, one company ran like 5 states. You didn't go in there and run your show. Otherwise, people would get mad and it would be like mafia shit. Like, they'd show up with guns being like, you don't come around here.
So you had a brainstorm and you knew how to market this thing. That's why they call you a marketing genius.
Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
I was looking through the notes. I guess it said that Vince
Baba
said that if
Booey.
his dad ever knew that he was going to take
Baba Booey.
WWF.
That's Baba Booey right here. Say it. Baba Booey.
Baba Booey.
National.
Looks like one of the Nelk.
He's Gary Dell'Abate. He's an Italian like you.
Giving it to him.
Well, it's because my dad had a lot of friends, these other, territories.
Baba Booey. Baba Booey. Say it again. Baba Booey.
Baba Booey.
Baba Booey.
Sounds like a
How
cartoon
about,
character.
okay, say Fafa Fooey.
Fafa Fooey.
Fafa Fooey.
Fafa Fooey.
Say La La Bibi.
Are you making me say bad
La
words?
La Bibi.
La La Bibi.
So Baba Booey.
Baba Booey.
Fafa Fooey.
Fafa Fooey.
La La Bibi.
La La Bibi.
The owners, they own these fiefdoms, My
I'm
dad
the
had a lot of
greatest.
friends and acquaintances.
So,
and
in
stuff
other
like-
words, you crushed these people.
And I competed with them.
And you won.
You're Shabisky Dell'Abate.
I mean, so what? Big deal.
crushed them. You put them
That's
on
what you do in
serious,
business.
right?
Sure.
Yeah, why not?
My dad was not too thrilled with that at first, though.
And your dad has since died, right?
Yes.
He's no longer alive. You got brothers and sisters?
Yes. I have a brother in
Where are
Texas.
they?
Texas.
Is he in the WWF?
No.
Nothing to do with it.
What does he do?
He's in the
He writes
steel.
him letters.
No.
Can I please
Great
borrow
guy.
some money, Vince? That's what he does all day.
He's in the steel business somehow.
Is he a
What
wealthy?
is he stealing?
I thought you were the steel business.
Is he a wealthy?
I'm in the steel business.
Is he a wealthy guy?
I think he does all right.
Right. Are you in
don't
touch with
talk to
him?
him
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh, you are. You're close with him.
But he doesn't show you his bank account or anything.
Right.
No.
So when you make this kind of money, what is it you do with this money? I mean, do you buy homes? Are you a charitable guy? I mean, what do you do?
I think you do. I mean, I can't speak for anyone else.
He
I can only
goes out and
speak for
starts
me.
the XFL.
All right, there
Other
you go. That's
people
one thing you do with it.
Yeah, this is like he did a lot of this shit because he was promoting the XFL, the football league. That didn't do very well, but then it came back in 2020, and then COVID killed it. Like it was
I'm
doing
high as
good.
Giraffe balls. Here's $5.
Thank you.
Keep
All
smoking
right.
weed and then revel in sin.
Come on, guys. We need a hero to donate $25. Let's do it.
But other than that, I mean, you get up like everybody else, and and you go to work. I mean, I love what I do. So I never really
But
work.
do you have a
like
big
you probably.
mansion?
Every guy I know. Well, wait a second. Every guy I know.
And by the way, this guy right here, you know who this is, right?
Howard Stern.
Yeah, he's my
He's right
hero.
there.
Like, this Howard Stern was my hero. The Howard Stern of today, the old man, I can't get behind. And even though I admire him and I know it's the same guy, this guy right here was my hero as a kid. And part of everything I do on the internet is inspired by the old Howard Stern.
Makes the kind of money you make. They all say the same thing. I'd keep working anyway. You actually love what you do.
I love what I do.
You know the people
You
who
do.
don't go to work when they have this kind of money? The kids.
Yeah. But you love what you do, and yet I got to think on a day-to-day level, at a certain point in your life, it starts, I'm not saying you lose the eye of the tiger, but you start to kind of feel, hey, there's more I could do with my life.
No, I guess that may come. You know, I mean, the aggravation factor, it may be there one day, but it's not there yet. I'm 55, and it's not quite there yet.
God, he's 55 here. So here, he's only 14 years older than I am now. That blows my fucking mind.
So, I mean, I just love what I do in all aspects.
If I work for you and I'm a wrestler, am I allowed to come to you and say, hey, Vince, I want a raise?
Absolutely.
I am.
Actually, to you, he doesn't go through somebody else?
Actually, the younger guys would go through somebody else, you know, but the guys that have been around for a while, you know, I mean,
You
it's
still
like,
talk to
oh,
them.
you have
Because
to.
you
I mean,
because you dealt with
want
them.
to.
You dealt
Sure.
with them in the beginning.
Absolutely.
You're getting older now.
Right.
You're considerably wealthy. Have you sat down with a lawyer and said, who is going to inherit your empire? What are you going to do?
Oh, sure.
You know who's going to take over the whole thing. Is Shane, your son, going to take over?
Shane, Stephanie, Marissa.
You're
Equally.
going to make those kids work together for the rest of their lives.
Equal
Absolutely.
partners.
Equal.
And how do you think that'll work? Doesn't there have to be one person in charge? Like, you always had the ultimate say.
Right. And haven't you seen these families where the kids start fighting and then
Sure.
everything goes to
Definitely.
hell?
I don't think it'll happen in my family, but you know,
Yeah, dream
I'm
again.
sure everyone's always said that, you know. But but they're both in the business, you know, and they both love the business, and you know, I think that they'll work it out.
You think that they're capable? Because I know a lot of guys who own businesses. They try to pass them off to the kids,
right?
And secretly, somewhere deep in the heart, they go, "Geez, these kids don't have what
They're
it
gonna
takes.
mess this
They're
up."
going to mess it up."
Actually,
That's what's
Shane and Stephanie
happening.
are a hell of a lot brighter than I am, so I think,
Really?
yeah.
Nope.
And you feel that they can handle it. And in your will, you will leave everything to Shane, Stephanie, and of course your wife.
Right.
Is that how it will work?
Sure.
Oh, I would love to be in on that. Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, before he said I'm going to leave everything to Shane, Stephanie, and Marissa, Marissa's actually his daughter-in-law. Does she get an equal share, even though she's not a blood
No
relative?
way. I'm stepping in on that.
Because he said they're all
No
gonna share it
way.
equally.
No friggin' way.
Who
Am I right?
is this Marissa, this Johnny come lately?
Yeah.
She's beautiful. Unfortunately, she's a little sick today.
She is?
Yes.
She's sick because she's not getting the money.
Toothy.
Oh yeah.
Tata Toothy.
That's why she's sick.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I think.
Yeah, like my friend Elisa, who's been on DP a couple times, she used to write for Howard Stern back in the day. Elisa Giordano.
Triple H in there.
Yeah, right. Congratulations on all your success, and I love that.
And by the way, I'm talking like I'm slightly impaired. It's because I have these new aligners in my mouth, and it's hard to talk.
You came here today. That was great of you to do.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Very nice to meet you. And I would like to own a team in the XFL. And
Keep wishing.
He could now easily. Oh God, not these two. Anyway, yeah. Everyone, start a tip train and meet the goal. I've got a ton of other content. You just saw one of the other ones. I'm gonna take my aligners out for a second.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Because I have some coffee and I want to drink it.
That's crazy. Out of your mind, Benjamin. How could you do such a thing, Benjamin?
Oh, oh, oh! We should do a the private show that we do. I should just have you react to classic wrestling, and you can give me your commentary on it. But I don't want. Why are they hugging? It's so boring because that's all you can say.
No.
Yeah.
I'd like to see what's his name? Dan Severn.
He did wrestle in the 90s.
Yeah, that's what got us in trouble, but that we should watch that on the private show.
Yep. I'll show you that.
Stuff like that. That shit look crazy.
What many people say the greatest match ever is Randy Macho Man Savage, my favorite wrestler, versus Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, who's one of the greatest wrestlers ever. And they had this match that was so insane between the two of them that many people say it's the greatest match ever.
TP? TP for my bunghole.
For my bunghole!
Yeah. TP for my bunghole. Oh, damn.
Like the Macho Man's versus Ricky Steamboat match was like, oh, he's got him pinned. No, they flip it. The other guy has him pinned. No, wait, the other guy has him pinned, and they flipped it again. Oh, no, the guy's on the top rope, and he lands it. Oh, no, the other guy's on the top rope, and he misses it. It's like that kind of shit, you know? It's like nonstop action between the two guys.
Ask and ye shall receive. Keep it up, sweet
There we
boys.
go. So, we're almost there. We're almost there. Thank you. When you wear tooth aligners, your teeth get all sensitive, too. Because they're getting moved around.
Mm-hmm. Oh, dang, they came through with a 25.
Yeah.
What a boss.
My
That
wonderful
put us at
peeps.
10 away.
I love you all. Thank you. We've got a lot more
10.
content. We just need 10 more bucks.
10 away.
And by the way, I keep muting all y'all when I'm ripping ass. Because I have to rip a lot of ass, and I just keep muting it, and I'm just like crop dusting the air. It's usually Billy in here. I'm just being honest about it right now, though. I am ripping ass. What can you say?
That's hot.
I know you think. I know you would think that. You fucking fart fetishist piece of shit.
Oh, yeah. That's a spicy.
Tomorrow on the DP Underground channel, I'm going to do a IRL stream from downtown Seattle for a little bit. And then I'm going to a Major League Baseball game. I don't know how long the stream is going to last once I enter the stadium, because I don't know what kind of like dampeners and security they put against that, but I'm going to try to bring you guys some shit from the inside. If at worst case scenario, I'll just upload videos that I record that aren't live once I get in.
Hell yeah. Spider-Ben, Spider-Ben. What you doing? What you doing, Ben? What you concentrating on?
Oh.
Looking at me?
Reality, my friend.
Oh. Yeah. I'm part of that.
Shit.
So what are we playing next, Benjamin?
We haven't met the goal yet, and I'm waiting for
What the
that
hell? We
last
haven't met
10
the
bucks.
goal.
Yeah.
$10, somebody.
And then I got all this other shit I'll play, but
You're lying.
I am not. I purposefully set it up this way.
Yeah. $10. We can do that, guys.
No, I'm drinking coffee.
Don't lie.
I
drinking pee, doing the Jared over there. I don't believe your nonsense.
Bitch.
Need to take you on UFC and beat you up.
I did.
The greatest. The greatest.
I know
on
how to
UFC.
beat you. Like,
No.
not only in the game, but IRL, I know how to beat you.
No, I'm a big tough guy. Scooby,
No.
tell him how
No,
much
you're
of a
not.
big tough guy I am.
You're not.
No, Scooby. Scooby will tell you. I'm a big tough guy. I'm Shabisky. That's me. Gosh.
Nope.
Gosh.
It doesn't matter
counting.
if you're taller when your legs don't work anymore.
My legs work.
I would make Shabisky tap. Honestly, at most, I would give him 5 minutes.
The hell, Ben?
Oh yeah, the shit you bitch about in the UFC game in real life. I'd have you crying for mama.
What?
Yep.
You calm down, Ben. Okay.
I'm calm.
Hitting on me and stuff. Pretty
Okay.
sure.
All right. You don't even deserve that desk. How about you and me have an MMA fight and the winner gets to keep the desk?
We'll chop it in half and the winner gets one half.
Nope. I get your desk. I get your cat. I take it all.
You want my cat? Jackie wants to take you.
I get it all. And you're a coward.
Didn't.
You won't put it on the
No.
line.
I'll take you out, Benjamin. I'm a big tough guy. I'm a big tough guy. No, Shabisky.
In between each match, we both have to do a dab.
Kiss, right?
Oh no. You're gonna kiss the mat, bitch.
What the hell?
Oh yeah.
God, Ben,
I'm gonna
you gotta be
scoop
so
you
rough?
up and put you on your back immediately. Then it doesn't matter how tall you are.
Oh, Ben.
I'll fuck your face, bitch.
Oh,
I will
Ben.
fuck your face.
Oh my God, this is getting exciting. Ben.
But with punches instead of dick.
Oh, that's not nice. What the heck?
Ah.
Oh,
People love these little exchanges that we have, by the way. And by
Yeah.
people, I mean only you and me. But
Yeah,
we're still people.
we're people. Yeah. We're people persons.
Who's got the last $10? Come on. Don't torture me. You know you got it.
Don't rip us
Let's keep the
off,
show
guys.
going.
Getting ripped off right now.
I can't drink hot drinks with my aligners in because they misshapen them.
Yeah.
The bottom ones are the worst because they're very tight.
Spider Champ. Shut up, Scooby-Bee.
Yeah, you got noodle arms, bitch.
No, you do. No. You
what
guys
a fucking
do. Shut
girly
up.
boy.
Shut up.
Trap shab. Trap shab. You know, I have a Trap Ben action figure right here.
Oh. Wait. Oh. That's.
Yeah, it's like Ben and Billy action figures. Look at me with my hot ass body. Look at how hot my ass is right there. Holy shit. How can I even sleep tonight? Someone might try to fuck me. When I look this fucking gorgeous. Like, what is this?
Trap Ben.
Hey. I know what's up. Where can you buy one? Oh, to be continued, ladies and gentlemen. Just keep it posted here for the next week or so, and we'll see. I don't even know what. Like, one thing to keep in mind is they are being shipped from Canada, which I guess if you live in Canada, that's a good thing. But, like, so they're shipping and handling, and they're not cheap to make. Like, nothing is cheap. Unless I can, like, in bulk, things are cheaper. Like, if I could get, like, 100 people to order them, that'd be cheaper than, like, as ordered, you know?
Trust.
Yeah. No. I do want to say that not only does this assume that I'm as tall as Billy, but it assumes that Billy is as wide as me. But neither of those are true. Let's be honest. Okay.
Is he like really short? Yeah, he is short, huh? How short is Billy?
No, Billy's taller than me. Billy's probably like 6'1" or 2.
Yeah.
He exaggerates. He's probably like 6'1" or 2, but I'm like 5'8", so we're not the same height. Like he's way taller than me, but he's wider than that action figure also.
Mhm.
So.
Yeah. The stupid guy that went on like Miss Parker's stream with Pimpmunk and was saying some bullshit allegations about like Pimpmunk being a graper to a child
When
or whatever.
was
I don't know
this?
if you heard about. This was kind of a while back, but we like basically it was really dumb. Pimpmunk called him a little guy, and he said, "I'm not a little guy. I'm 7'1".
No, you're not.
Yeah, it's like I looked it up, and I'm like, that's the height that Shaq is. The Big Show.
That's taller.
The Big Show is 7 foot, so he's saying he's taller than the Big
That's
Show.
taller than most NBA players.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yep.
It's so
Honestly,
silly.
when you're over 6'7", your life expectancy is lessened by each inch taller than that per year after that. Like, being that big doesn't mean your organs are big enough to, like, support a body of that size. Your organs are still, like, the same size as anyone else, and it's not a good thing. Like, being, like, super tall is really bad for your health. The tallest guy in recorded history died at, like, 23 years old.
Yeah.
He was 8 foot. Oh no, he was no. Yeah, he was 8 foot 11 inches. He was like crazy tall.
Crazy big. Yeah.
And
like-
it was an illness that made him that big. It was like like a genetic illness. It was a tumor on his pituitary gland, which like Big Show had that when he was a kid, but they had it removed when he turned like 18. Now they do it. Andre the Giant had it too, but he never had it removed, and he died, kind of young, like in his early 40s. But the tallest man in history, Robert Wadlow, he lived to be 8 foot 11 inches tall. They wouldn't give him that 1 inch and say he was just 9 foot, which is dumb. They should have just gave it to him. Dude, the pictures of him look fake, but they're totally real.
Yeah, right. It's where like me, I'm 6 foot. I would stand next to him, and I'd be at like his.
You'd look
crotch
like a
level or
little
some
kid
shit.
next to him.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at this photo. That's his family with him there. That's his dad on the far right.
Yeah.
And they only come up to his hip. He was so abnormally tall. Like, it was bad for him. It was horrible for him.
Yeah.
He died a very young guy. He started aging prematurely, too. Like, he started getting gray hair in his 20s because
His life was probably a struggle being that.
Oh yeah,
tall.
especially back then too. This is like the 1910s.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's a young guy here. You can tell in his face. He's really young.
Yeah.
I wonder if he had like a giant dick, or maybe it's like, or it was like a normal size, and on him it looked like super small. I don't know.
But even if you bring up like Shaq, who that dumbass claimed he was as tall as him, you look at him compared to people. He makes people look like this too. Look like
This guy's
babies.
2 feet taller than Shaq.
Yeah.
2 feet taller than Shaq.
Almost. Yeah.
I have to wonder if back then, when Robert Wadlow was like doing the fair circuit, if like this was normal, like these like women were like curious, and honestly, I probably believe Robert Wadlow got a lot of action. To be honest with you, I believe it. No, I literally believe it. Because there was no
Can you imagine
TV.
looking at him in person.
Yeah, and then like girls like
Be like looking at a
girls
monster
in their
almost.
early 20s, late teens saw this dude who was like twice as tall as everyone else.
Yeah.
I think Robert Wadlow got a lot of action. Let's see. Let's take a poll. Like honestly, be honest. Let's say he accepted it. I don't know. Maybe he was really religious and didn't accept it. But and I've always wanted to see a biopic on this guy.
It's like if everything else basically with him is grown extra big.
Yeah, see,
like-
but it could not be like, it could be like normal size, like normal, like the average size of like a normal sized person, and look really small on him.
But I think he would have like broke a record for the biggest penis or something. Like
No, you know what? The
I don't
people with the
know.
biggest penis are like totally normal size. Like there's a guy with like a 1 foot dick, or even longer, and he's
Yeah,
like
it
he's
was
like
nine.
he's like
19
5'8"
inches, some
and like
crazy
kind of
shit.
fat. So it's
Yeah.
not. But the thing about Robert was like he never finished puberty, so he kept growing. So his dick was probably still growing too. I feel gross talking about it, but that's his dad in that picture next to him.
Yeah. No,
So it wasn't like he had tall people in his family. It was he had this rare genetic condition where he never stopped growing. Is what it was. He just never stopped growing. He's probably only like 16 years old in this photo here. The pictures of him where he's like in the 7th grade, he's like 7 feet tall in the 7th grade. Could you imagine that?
Yeah,
like,
he was gigantic.
I want to see. It's really sad how he died too. It was like something that today you wouldn't die from. He wore these braces on his legs because his weight was getting too heavy for his legs. So he wore braces to hold his legs up. And one of the braces rubbed on his skin to the point where it rubbed his skin raw and cut him. And then he got an infection down there, but he couldn't feel his feet because he was so tall. He had lost feeling in his feet and didn't know that the infection had gotten really bad. And by the time they knew the infection was there, it was already like he's dead. Like he's going to die from this. So,
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah. I remember learning that about him. Yeah. Died from that.
I would love to see. By the way, 74% say yes. I've never heard like Robert Wadlow had trouble with the ladies. Like, I don't know. I just doubt he would.
It's kind of weird if you look at his picture and you kind of imagine that he was normal size next to these people. It makes
But he
the-
wasn't.
the other people. Yeah, I know. But if you imagine that when he's standing next to like his dad, it makes it like it seem like
looks
there's this
fake, but you
little
couldn't-
tiny guy.
It looks
yeah,
fake.
It looks Photoshopped.
But at the
in a
time
way,
it was
but-
taken, it was like really hard to fake that kind of shit. You know?
Oh,
look,
yeah.
look at this picture. He's holding like his little brother here. That's his little brother that he's holding in this old newspaper photo. He's so huge.
He has to sit down.
Yeah.
And they have to get up. He has to sit down, and they have to get up on stairs
Yeah.
in order for them to be at his height.
I'm so fascinated by his life. I wish they would make a movie about him. They'd have to use some kind of CGI or something. But I would love to see it.
They should, yeah.
When I was in Amsterdam in Europe, I went to a Ripley's Believe It or Not museum, and they had a life-size animatronic figure We're almost there. Almost there. How did the death of Randy Savage strike me? It was very sad. Like, he's my favorite wrestler ever. But yeah, I went to a Ripley's Believe It or Not museum in Amsterdam where they had an animatronic figure of Robert Wadlow where he would sit down and every now and then he would stand up. You got to see how tall he was in person, and it's insane how tall he was.
Yeah, I've seen that before on the internet. People taking pictures with that and stuff. I assume it's the exact one you're talking about.
There's a couple of them. The one I went to was in Europe, but there's one. There's a few of them in the States too.
Okay, that makes sense.
In Seattle, he was on the road here in Seattle, and his shoes got stolen, and his shoes were like, gigantic. Someone stole his shoes. Until this day, his shoes are still on display at the market in downtown Seattle. You have to pay like $0.25 to see them through these like little spy glasses.
Yeah. Man, it's crazy. It's just like, it would be crazy to see this guy in person. It would just be like
someone said
looking
Ben's
at him.
favorite tall, the only tall, my friend. The tall. Would Billy the Fridge look tall next to this guy? No.
It would look like a baby.
I mean, like, no.
It's crazy.
Here he is graduating from high school with his dad. They have like a life-size statue of him here.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah. Wonder if I can find the
that's crazy. That's cool that they did that kind of stuff so you could really get a good perspective in person. With it, like, I'd like to see that kind of thing.
Here it is. Here's the, I don't know if this is the one in Amsterdam, but this is like similar to what I saw. They have him sitting in a chair, and then every now and then he'll stand up. And he just like, you get to see how tall he was. It's kind of creepy.
The size of him sounds creepy. Like, no disrespect to him and stuff, but it's like, I feel like if I saw him in person, it would be really weird and creepy. See someone
and then he
that
sits
big,
down.
you know.
There'll never be another person this tall. Like,
I want someone to stand next to him.
well, now they treat the medical condition, so they would never allow someone like with respect to their health to get that tall again. Like, it just wouldn't happen. So, and that's why he died so young. There's him like out. I doubt he even fit in that car.
He would have to probably take up like two rows or 3 rows or something to possibly do it. I could imagine him maybe sitting in the front and then leaning back and his whole body going all like his face being all the way in the back of the car like that, like something like that. He'd have to do
Billy
some
the
crazy
Fridge.
shit like that.
More
to
like
fit in.
Minnie the Fridge.
He is Minnie. Thank you for helping
Minnie.
us complete the goal.
Minnie the Fridge. Yeah. Thank you, servant. Yeah, that's neat stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see.
Like
Statues.
the tallest person here is probably like 6 feet tall. Like, if the tallest man on the left here is the tallest person and he's like 6'1", I mean, he's got to be over 8 feet tall here. It's just ridiculous. Like, no one gets that tall anymore, and he's the only one to
Imagine if people wouldn't have started doing this surgery, imagine what the world record would end.
I don't know. It was rare too. Here he is. Hold on. Here he is as a little kid right here. He's like a kid on the left here. He's probably like 4 years old. You see him next to his dad, and he's taller than his dad. He's probably like 5 years old here.
Yeah, I'd like to know his age there.
He looks really young. I don't know if they... Hold on. Let me see. I don't know. He's a little kid here. Look at him.
Yeah. Go down to the stuff below it. I think it'll explain it there. This is... he was 10 years old. Standing there. So, he's 10 years old.
Yeah, that's insane to be taller than your dad at 10 years old. That's fucking crazy.
10 years old, and you're like, hey, son.
Yeah. And then, here he is. He's like reaching the ceiling. I'm fascinated by this man. That's a wish for a biopic to see like a Robert Wadlow movie come out. I would love it. Yeah. Anyway, let's check out this shit. All right. So this guy's fixing his car and the cops show up because they hear a woman yelling for help from his house.
Oh, I've seen this.
And they show up.
Rambo.
He's like, what?
I'll bring out the screamer to you. Stay in there.
They're already laughing about it because they know what it is.
Let's dance to this. Come on.
It's a loud parrot.
Yeah.
Sounds like my dogs.
Rambo. Hello. Rambo.
Yeah.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Rambo said.
And they're like, yeah, okay. You don't have a woman trapped inside your house.
Yeah.
But they can sound like that. They can be like, help, help.
Yeah.
You know?
Help.
They can make it sound really real. They can mimic the sounds of whoever their owner is. I've seen birds like their owners are like British and they have like a British accent. You know, it's pretty hilarious.
Yeah, and plus, you could play a movie and there's like a chick on the movie, help, help. And
Yeah. Oh yeah.
help,
They can learn it
start mimicking him.
and mimic it the exact sound, so they sound like a human woman.
It's cool that he got this on film.
Yeah. Oh, I have cameras like that everywhere, like all over. Yeah.
Yeah, that's smart.
Look at this fucker. He's licking a boot. How could you sit on a train or a bus or whatever this is and lick a...
For what? Why? What's happening here? Why? Is there chocolate on it? I can understand if there's chocolate on it.
It's
then I'd
fucking
be
gross, dude.
If there's chocolate on it, I'd ask him.
Like,
can I
it
get
doesn't...
some?
It doesn't take like a lot, or it takes a lot to gross me out. Like, I can hang, but like this
for some reason doesn't really gross me out in that way, but it's like, what the fuck is happening?
that is
I'm just
fucking
like
mega
why?
levels gross, dude. Do you know like the ground? I mean,
Yeah, is he licking his own boot? It looks like he is, because it looks like his other shoe has the same kind of boot on it. Like, you see what you could see his boot right there. Isn't that?
I don't know about that. You're looking too deep. I think you're looking for meaning where there is none.
Well, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm just asking whether he's licking his own boot. It looks like it is.
I don't. That
Like
looks
his
like a
own boot that, like, he
woman's
took it
boot.
off.
That looks like a woman's like.
Oh. This
Yeah.
is neat.
I need your ID also, please,
become
sir.
friends with him.
This is hilarious because this cop is mad that this guy has a shirt that says like "fuck cops" on him. So he's trying to pull rank on him, but watch this.
Okay, I'm going to place you under arrest then.
You're not placing me under arrest.
Come here.
You have no right to ask for anything.
Come here.
And the cop falls.
All right. Taser.
He's trying to tase him, which he sucks. Misses again.
He is under arrest.
And then the other cops are like, what are you doing?
He's under arrest.
For what?
For trespassing and for disorderly conduct.
On public property, dipshit! What the fuck is this sign? It says fuck cops! You want
And he refused to give me his ID.
The cop's like, relax. I love it. He's getting reprimanded by his superior here.
Yeah.
Which he's required to do.
For what?
So I could issue him a citation for trespassing.
It's not trespassing.
It's not trespassing.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot. And they're so eager to like initiate violence. Granted, it was non-lethal for some. I mean, like, people can still die from getting zapped by a taser, by the way. Your heart could stop. Like, it's not as lethal as a gun, but you can still get hurt really bad from it.
It's, yeah. I don't want to get tasered.
It's still violence. It's non-lethal.
And gotta love the ending though. A happy ending. Him getting told off by the other cops for being a dickhead. That's cool.
What is this? Oh my god.
Oh gosh. This looks fun. That's gangster.
Is this Seattle?
Heck yeah.
¡Prendan esa vaina! ¡Ey, prendan!
Oh yeah, they're speaking Spanish.
¡Prenda, préndalo!
Beat the shit out of that car.
No, it's Portland.
Yeah. Yeah, beat it up.
¡Ey, cuidado!
This is the kind of crowd I want to hang with.
You should have come up here in 2020 because that's all you were getting.
Maya, can you please get Daisy's head out
Look
of
at
your
this.
mouth?
Look at this. One dog has the other dog's head in its mouth. See the other dog's nose coming through its mouth?
Maya?
Yeah, kind of cute.
Yeah.
So let's talk about children. Children are in the greatest danger in America today because traditional family values are being destroyed. The idea that mom and dad together, not
So, Shabisky, why do you want to fuck this woman so bad?
Because, I
knew he'd do this. No, you said because. Don't walk back now, bitch.
Ah.
Why do you want to fuck her so bad?
Because I love
You want to motorboat her boobies?
It's so nice. I don't know. Her boobies don't look very interesting. She might have a good booty, though.
No.
Who knows?
I don't have anything.
You think she has a fat booty?
No.
If she had a fat booty, maybe I'll go for that. She's got to bend over.
fake mom and fake dad.
I don't know.
But biological mom and biological dad can raise their children together and do what's right for their children, raising them to be confident in who they are.
She can't do real chin-ups
Or
either.
their identity. Their identity is they're a child, made by God.
All right,
I like this. She knows what she's talking about. She's
Put
a
the phone
wise
down.
lady.
What is your name? I'm not telling you. You're not.
Here in Germantown, Tennessee. That's right. Are you from Germantown?
East Memphis.
Germantown.
No.
Okay, but you're sitting here in my town. You're
in my town.
Violence.
Have you been drinking?
No, I haven't.
Drinking.
Well, I tell you what, pal. You give me a call. I would like you out of my town.
There we go.
He shows his shit, which is hilarious. Now it's everywhere.
Thanks, Lloyd. Drive safe.
You know who this is?
It looks like
It's Zach
an
De La
actor.
Roca from Rage Against the Machine.
Oh, okay.
You know Rage Against the Machine?
I don't know.
Oh my
If I
god.
saw them, I guess. Maybe.
So they were the first like rap hard rock group, really.
Yeah.
The shit he says here is insane.
There's a class of
The one you showed
people
me.
on Earth are getting behind some of the most vicious and hateful people on Earth. And those people are attempting to rob so many of us of our rights, and mostly our sisters who are fighting to retain the right to control of their bodies. And if we don't stop them now, they're gonna try to roll over and turn back the clock to a time when segregation was legal. When discrimination was legal. When there were no rights for workers. No rights for children. No rights for the hungry. And the only way we can beat them is through solidarity. With everybody around the world, us and y'all together. Fuck these borders. It's about.
Yeah, he's like, fuck these borders. Yeah, I'd play it for you right now, but oh, actually, you know what I could probably do?
Gonna get naked. Alright, it's time, Ben. Time to get nude. Let's do it.
Here we go. I think we're mostly okay with this. Oh shit!
with this.
Hold
I
on.
think we're-
There we go.
Pretty sure I know a song you showed me with this guy. Yeah. Is this the same guy right
Nope.
here?
Yeah, he's way younger.
Looks so different.
Like 30
Yeah.
years ago.
Deciders have decided you must do.
Yeah, I know who they are. Only
They
to
use
you.
force to make you do what the deciders have decided you must do.
I remember, like I went to a Catholic school, and I'm like, oh yeah, I like this socialist hard rock band, and they were like, oh, like freak the
They
fuck
use
out.
force to make you do what the deciders have decided you must do.
Look at the crowd. Bum, 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 They basically play rap beats live with instruments. That's how it works.
Killing in the name of.
They have his microphone too low.
Crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Yeah. Killing in the name of.
Yeah. He makes a good point.
Killing in the
Now you do what they told ya. I would love how it would be great if the corporate overlords that own this get our stream terminated for playing it.
No.
Do what they told ya. Now you 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 do what they told ya. And now you do what they told ya. And now you do what they told ya. And now you do what they told ya. Those two sides are justified. But there ain't no day till you do they want. You're justified.
You get trampled in a crowd like that. Wow, that was a crazy slowdown that they did there. Anyway,
It's cool guy stuff.
yeah. Yeah, it's a great riff.
Gangsta dog. But yeah, you showed me him before. He's really good.
It's Rage Against the Machine.
But they're really good.
Yeah.
So listening to them every day now.
And now you do what they told ya.
We have got to talk about the fundamentals
Ew.
of our worldview.
He's trying to still look like a little kid, but he can't pull it off anymore now. Now he just looks like a weird ventriloquist puppet.
And what it would look like to build a society based on our distinct worldview, which is different from the left, different from a godless, atheist, constructivist, liberal worldview. And what does that look like? Does that look like a society where you have gay marriage and birth control and contraceptives and legal, ubiquitous internet pornography and all the rest, but transgender kids aren't playing in girls' water polo? No. That's not what it looks like. It looks like a society where women don't have the right to vote.
He's got weird, like, fingers that curl backwards, and they're
And it looks like a society where...
Yeah, we've seen that before. If you get it at the right frame, it's like bent back and looks fucked up. It looks like it hurts.
His head is very square now. It's like getting more and more square.
boys and girls get married as
He's
teenagers.
like a Minecraft character.
And start having kids, and they don't use birth control, and they don't use contraceptives, and they have big families and a high birth rate, and it looks like women wearing veils at church, and it looks like women not being in the workforce, and it looks like mothers raising their kids, and it looks like pornography being banned.
Really? That'll never be banned.
And homosexuality and transsexuality.
He wants porn to be banned?
Yes. It tempts him to be gay too much.
Well as heterosexual sodomy, as well as fornication and adultery being shamed by the society, and maybe in some places, in some jurisdictions, regulated by the law. It's not enough to say we're against.
People like him need to just grow up at some point and understand, like, there's gonna be lots of people that do stuff that you don't like or don't agree with or whatever. Just get over it.
It shouldn't be a criminal offense. Just don't do it if you don't like it, and you don't have to associate with people who do it either if you don't like it.
Yeah,
But
not everybody
you
needs
shouldn't
to
go to
conform
jail.
being like Nick.
Like, literally, he wants people to go to jail for, like, being gay or, like, other shit.
And trannies, you gotta be against women's rights too. It's not enough to be against blue-haired feminism, you gotta be against women getting educated. Okay? Or else, what are we really trying to achieve here? 1999?
Yeah, I was just thinking that he identifies as a libertarian, right?
No, he's like
No,
a
he
fuck-
doesn't?
No, he's like a fascist. He's not a libertarian. He's like a far right, like He's like a
But at some
Nazi
point he
without
identified
actually
as
using the word Nazi. Like, he wants that, like, he wants that, like, European, collective, utilitarian, you know, self-sustaining ethno-state is what he wants. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Want to kiss about this, Benjamin? Guys, how many likes are we at? If we're not at 10,000 likes, I'm gonna be mad. Let's get to 125 likes. Can we get there, guys? Give the stream a like. I guess real quick while Benjamin's pooping or whatever, please go subscribe to my new channel. Here's a link in the chat. I do podcast episodes on there, and I'm going to be doing gaming streams on there and everything. I'll be playing GTA on there in a little bit. So, yeah, click the link I just put in the chat. Go subscribe. Be a cool guy. To a 1 gram dab. I've done some big dabs. I definitely don't want to do that. Taking 1 gram dabs or huge dabs like that, just in general, are really hard, really harsh. Really harsh. But yeah, did we hit 125? That would be cool if we could hit that soon. God, Ben runs off to masturbate a lot. Yeah, I think he has an issue, guys. He has a problem. Whoa. My pussy too smooth for it? Yeah. Yeah. And I'm so stupid that you could just say shit like that to manipulate me into doing a 1 gram dab. That's just how dumb I am. That's why I'm about to do it. I'm going to do it, but hold on. I'm going to do a 1 gram dab real quick, guys. All right. Getting my 1 gram dab ready. It's going to be the biggest 1 gram dab. Do, 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 do. Okay. Do, 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 do. Lies. No, I'm not lying. Do people hot knife dabs? Sure, there's people that do. I don't think I've ever done that. I've experienced being at someone's house and they hot knifed some weed, and they helped me, and I took a big rip, but that shit's harsh too, doing that. I don't know. I only done it once though. Yeah, hot knifing, should have died years ago. Yeah, that's something I only done once in my life, and it was like a long time ago. I was like 15 or something. I don't smoke weed, I know. I don't. I just act like I do. It's part of my gimmick here, you know? I just act like I'm a stoner and I act like I smoke weed. Yeah. That's why they call me Shabisky. You burnt your lip before doing that? Yeah, I don't even smoke weed. See, Ratlord understands. Yeah. I just act like it. It's just this big thing. It's this thing I've been putting on for a long time. I'm pretty good at it. Just sticking with that story. Like, hey, I'm a stoner. And I smoke weed all the time. Oh, look at me. Yeah. That's all. It's all just a scam, a big Shabisky. Ha! Yeah, you old coward, don't even smoke crack. All right, I'm going to heat up this nail. The cool guy dab. In the name of Benjamin. Benjamin the Great. We're just pulling your leg. Yeah. Yeah, you're fine. Thank you, Ed. I'm allergic to flour. That shit's scary. Shit makes me want to cry sometimes. Just the thought of it. That's why I only smoke wax. No, I smoke bud sometimes. It's just most of the time I do take dabs. Dabbing in the name of
dabbing in the name of dun dun. Now you do what they dab you. Dun dun.
Oh. All right, cheers, you guys. Cheers, big ears. Now tell me what hat to wear, Timmy.
The singer of Rage Against the Machine was in a band called Inside Out, which was like a hardcore band, which was fucking insane.
Interesting.
Entertainment. Now.
No, we already had that.
Whoa.
Of hiring ring crews. He allegedly lured boys as young as 12 or 13 with promises they couldn't resist. Though McMahon has gone on record saying that he wasn't aware of any child sex abuse, we have learned that he fired Phillips a few years ago because he suspected these activities. He then hired him back.
They supposedly care about the kids, Hogan with the little Hulkamaniacs and the Persian of items. And then on the other hand, here there's always been these stories about the little boys being used for sex objects. It's just an unforgivable crime.
And what about the man at the center of the Federation's ring, Vince McMahon? What did he know? What did he do? And what did he try to hide?
There is no question Vince not only knew it was going on, but it certainly wouldn't be a surprise or any shock that he was involved himself.
Did he cover up? And did he take part?
Either I had sex with him and satisfied him, or I went nowhere, and I was blacklisted.
All that when we return in a moment with more of wrestling's Ring of Vice.
And this and that have you know, had their jobs that way, gotten their jobs from doing sexual favors, this and that, and I don't know if it's going to continue in the WWF. I'd like to see it not continue for the sake of the kids and everybody else involved, but you know, I just don't think it's going to stop that quick.
The World Wrestling Federation has been accused of using a homosexual casting couch system for their wrestlers. There are also charges that top executives have taken young ring boys on the road with them as intimate companions. And allegations of sex being a requirement for job security have even come from wrestling announcers like Murray Hodson.
In the main event, the Ultimate Warrior and Legion of Doom collide with The Undertaker and the Nasty Boys.
I was fired in mid-August of '91, after I refused a sexual advancement from Vince McMahon's buddy, the Vice President of Operations.
Pat Patterson.
Yeah.
Tell me about that. What happened?
We were at an event at the Worcester Arena, and he had come up to me and he said, "So you're the new guy. What do you taste like?" And I was really put back by it. And I told him that he had the wrong guy. And then he told me candidly that not if I wanted to keep my job with him, I didn't. And he kept his word. 2 weeks later, I was fired.
I don't believe it!
Referee Mike Clark worked for the WWF for 3.5 years. He also learned that his job depended on his sexual availability.
Either you do it or you don't. Here's your job. You want to keep your job, you do it. If you don't want to keep your job, you don't do it.
Did you ever ask anyone if the reason you were not working was because you didn't perform sexual favors on Terry Garvin?
Obviously, Terry Garvin or Pat Patterson or people of that nature who are...
People of that nature, they mean gay.
You know, second and third in command at Titan Sports are more important than a referee. So if...
These are all allegations that were never proven.
You know, something happened to me. I felt it the whole time, that it was due to this, that I wasn't working anymore.
I really don't know what to make of it.
What's shocking about this situation is that despite his denials, on national television no less, McMahon knew what was going on.
Why would I condone this kind of activity and risk this alleged kind of revenue?
Because Vince... When they fired me, I told him in my meeting. I told him straight out, Vince,
Your vice president came on to me at the Worcester Arena. I know this is the reason why you're firing me. He cut me off abruptly. He didn't want to talk to me. He didn't want to address the issue. He felt I was just some little peon who was just going to get kicked under the rug like everybody else who didn't do what Vince McMahon wanted them to do.
If people like me and people like everybody else who works in the wrestling business knows about this, the very first day I went to work full-time for the WWF back in '87, my boss told me, you know about Pat Patterson and Terry Garvin. You ever have a problem, come to me. He said to me. So if he knew and everybody else knows, Vince McMahon isn't going to know.
This is a powerful man with a lot of money who cannot stand to have anybody stand up to him and take him on.
We came to the WWF headquarters here in Stamford, Connecticut to try to speak with Vince McMahon about the allegations of sexual abuse by his staff, but we were turned away by his security.
I don't know. I don't know.
Shortly after the scandal broke, both Terry Garvin and Pat Patterson resigned from the WWF. A few days later, Mel Phillips was suspended. According to this press release, their resignations were not solicited and were accepted by the organization at their insistence. These resignations were made in an extraordinary show of loyalty by these employees to the company.
Pat Patterson, Terry Garvin, and a few others, or I'm not sure exactly who they were, resigned from their actual posts at the World Wrestling Federation, who did that for a number of years. That reeks of guilt.
Sources tell now they've heard both Garvin and Patterson say they are still working for the WWF, that the resignations are just for show.
I would say that
This is Bruno Sammartino, one of the greatest wrestlers ever.
Patterson, probably Garvin too.
One of the all-time
Some way, shape, or
greats.
form, they're still with the organization, still on the payroll.
If I were to take an educated guess at what's going on, he's probably being paid under the table or somehow being reimbursed through another corporation or something, just like a smoke screen to satisfy the public that something has been done.
We've made numerous attempts to talk with Patterson, Garvin, and Phillips over the phone and in person. Mr. Patterson, can you come speak to me, please? It's Craig Rivera from Now Can Be Told. They refuse to appear on camera or answer any questions. And so far, Vince McMahon has refused all invitations to respond to these charges.
Vince McMahon may not have been talking to us, but plenty of other people were.
Next thing I know, Vince unzipped his pants.
This woman claims McMahon told her sex was part of her job.
That was worth $500,000
Yeah, she was the first, like, female referee.
a year.
Her story when we continue our investigation in a moment.
His pants. And he took my hand and he kept putting my hand on his penis. He started telling me that he knew I didn't have a job. I had left Frito-Lay because
Frito-Lay.
He knew that I had a daughter and that he could either make me or break me. The choice was mine. And he made me
So
have
she's claiming that it was him that did it?
She's claiming, in this instance, she's claiming he came out like she was coerced by him. Which, by the way, she was his employee, so if this is true, it's unacceptable, but who knows?
Of course. If it's true.
And he started to get really excited.
She's more believable than Amber Heard.
And I pulled away, and he got really angry and said that it was worth $500,000 a year. And when I said no, he said that I'd better satisfy him. And he started pulling my pants off. And he pulled me on top of him. And he satisfied himself through intercourse.
Afterwards, Rita Marie said she worked for the WWF.
He had intercourse with himself?
Only 3 or 4 more times. And the single mother of a teenage daughter says she kept silent about McMahon's advances for almost 6 years.
I held off for a long time because of my parents. Both of my parents were very ill. My mother died a year ago. My father died 2 weeks ago. Between not having to worry about my parents' health and with other people coming forward, God, I just hope somebody listens.
Rita says she's
Oh my
trying
God.
to
Honest Red, you believe, it's convenient to believe it, so you believe it, right? Like, I mean, she had this kind of exposure.
Reach an out-of-court compensation settlement with McMahon.
Yeah, she got a settlement.
Perhaps inspired by the success of another WWF employee, Tom Cole. Cole was the ring boy who sparked the whole sex scandal when he
oh my God,
threatened to sue the WWF for sexual harassment.
Vince McMahon found out about this scandal before it had an opportunity to get to court.
What he did do was rehire Cole with the promotion and back pay rumored to be in the neighborhood of $70,000. That surprised me because in a conversation I had with Cole, he told me he would never work with the WWF again. I can't show you that exclusive interview with Cole because we were threatened with legal action by Cole's attorneys. They pointed out that we agreed to air the interview after his suit was filed. As we told you, it never was and never will be. That threat of legal action was the start of what has become a giant wrestling match between, now it can be told, and the World Wrestling Federation. Geraldo, you know what I'm talking about.
I sure do, Craig. Here are just some of dozens of pages
Geraldo.
of legal documents, allegations,
Geraldo.
threats, and bluster sent
the guy with
our
the
way
silly
in an attempt
mustache.
It's Geraldo
to
Rivera.
scare us off and prevent this investigation from airing. I'll
I
tell you
saw
much
him
more
on
about
South
the power
Park.
and the fury of the World Wrestling
Remember
Federation
him.
when we return in a moment.
Ding, ding.
So you have to understand their concern. Allegations of teenage sexual abuse certainly can't help business when so much of the audience is comprised of children. Ironically, although they did prevent us from running the Thomas Cole interview, the affidavit filed for that effect by Thomas Cole and his lawyers provides perhaps the best evidence of precisely the kind of abuse this young man experienced. I'll quote from it. The interviews contain graphic descriptions of sexual abuse I sustained between the ages of 13 and 19, most of it between the ages of 13 and 16. This abuse has left me emotionally scarred, end quote. There is also no doubt that this investigation has scarred the already controversial reputation of the WWF, and there is no lawyer on this planet that can stop me from saying that.
Yep.
That's it for now. I'm Geraldo Rivera. Okay, guys, why don't you give us a show?
Yeah, beat him up. Beat him up. I'm gonna go get a drink real quick.
Do your thing.
Grab a drink.
Wow, guys, I'm very happy and proud, and my tongue hurts for because we did so amazing tonight. Trying to do something right quick. All right. Shit, motherfucker. I have not seen the South Park Streaming Wars special. I'll have to check that out. No, I haven't seen it yet. I'm doing something right quick here. I am going to start a new, very short-term goal to see if we can meet it. And then I'll keep it going. Tip train! I will add a second hour from this moment forward if we can reach the insanely low goal of... Oh, shit. Hold on.
Who?
Of $25.
25 bucks.
So 5 of
25.
you donate $5 or, you know, some arrangement of that. I'm doing something right quick here. here. So how was your day, Shabisky? What did you do besides not leave your house and stream?
Be a cool guy.
Okay.
No, I didn't do anything special today. I've been working on starting up my own little podcast lately. So
the thing I'm suing you over?
Well, yeah.
Because you stole my, pretty much everything.
But yeah, I took your logo and I just changed the color a little bit.
Yep. Oh, I know. Oh, believe me. Me and my lawyer, Seth Rosenthal, knows all about it.
Whoa.
What? Why are you laughing at that name?
What? No,
Why do you think that name is funny?
I'm not laughing at them or anything.
What do you mean them? Who's them? What do you mean by them?
Your lawyer.
No, I think you're maybe
lawyer.
being a little dishonest about what you mean by them here.
The lawyer.
Like, I don't know, Shabisky. Why, can you tell me about why you hate the Jews so much?
Whoa. One of my best friends is a Jewy.
That's not a good, that doesn't work in 2022. You can't say I'm not racist. No, I'm not joking. You can't say one of my best friends is race X, therefore I'm not racist against race X. You can't do that anymore.
Just did it.
All right. Let's see. Let's see if that works. I'm going to poll the audience.
Yeah, they know what's up. They're smart. They're smart.
Okay.
They smart.
So, Shabisky is endorsing the audience. So don't forget that.
I want to kiss about this, Skabibi.
Hold on.
Tired of Skabibi. His attitude. Come here, Skabibi. Let's hug it out. Come here. Somebody once told me somebody.
Does it mean
once told-
Shab isn't racist because of his friend?
Yeah. Yeah. See, we're starting to get the idea here.
So, no would mean he is racist, and yes would mean he is. Just clearing that up really quick.
See, they get it. They're smart. Wait, no. What the hell?
I love how you just assumed they wouldn't say you were racist.
Why are you guys voting wrong? What's wrong with you people? Come on.
Oh,
It's gonna go the
don't
other
worry
way.
about it, Shabisky. I'm sure you have friends that are routinely wrong too, so that makes it okay, right? Why do you hate the Jews, Shabisky?
No, I love Two Guns. I love him. I love
Shabisky,
him.
when did the Holocaust happen?
I love Two Guns.
When did the Holocaust happen?
In the past.
So are you denying that it happened? Because you can't even give us a date.
Yeah, it never even happened. It's a conspiracy. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh my
I'm kidding.
God. Whoa.
Go too crazy. It was a joke.
Whoa.
Okay?
Clip that, people. Clip that. Shabisky's canceled.
But they lied about a lot of the stuff, okay? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Cancel Shabisky. Cancel him. He should be canceled.
Go subscribe to my Dink
Nope.
Dumpster podcast.
Nope,
We're doing
they're
an
gonna
episode
teach you
next
that
week
kind of
about,
shit there.
about how... Yeah, no, you got to learn about it, guys. The truth.
You don't
The
want to go there.
truth. Got to learn the truth.
Wow, Shabisky.
God, this is great.
You're a disgusting racist.
What? No. No. I love Jew Guns. He's amazing. He's my favorite.
What's all this weird microphone noise?
Is there a microphone noise?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're hearing.
You hear that?
Is the connection just a little shitty here?
Oh, yeah, it's pretty bad.
WTF Shab cancelled.
Yeah, I agree.
No, you're canceled. Shut up. Shut up.
I like how I made the poll and then you denied the Holocaust after that. So, like... like, I don't know why it's not 100%. Can we work on... Can we work on getting this poll to 100%? He, like, denied the Holocaust. Come on. How are we at 76%? Just 100% accept that he's racist. Come on, guys.
It was an accident, guys.
No,
I didn't
it
mean to
wasn't
be
an accident.
racist. It was an accident.
It wasn't an accident.
I swear. I made a mistake.
No,
I was just.
you can't use that on this one.
Sorry.
Cancel him. Unsubscribe from all of his channels. Unfollow him on TikTok. He's too old to be on TikTok.
No. I'm the greatest at TikTok.
Nope. You're racist. You denied the Holocaust.
No.
Someone upload the clip of him denying the Holocaust on
don't do that, guys.
On a TikTok.
It's just we can move past this. Act
I'm
like
just
it
saying.
never happened, okay? Everything will be great, okay? It never happened, guys. On to the next thing. You got some
I
Jared
can't
videos
wait.
or something?
That's how Pimpmunk will make sure he like squashes you so you can never surpass him.
No! He'll cancel me. He'll show that shit on
Yep.
TikTok and everybody will hate me.
Yep.
Well, fuck those people, okay?
How are they wrong?
Their dicks, they have small penises. I don't know. They're just
Ooh.
wrong.
They're wrong about the Holocaust and you're right? Is that what you're saying?
What? No, wait. Yeah, wait. Maybe.
You're disgusting,
You gotta come over to
Shabisky.
the
I
Dave
can't.
Dumpster podcast to figure. I'll talk about it next week. I'll do an Alex
You walk
Jones
into
show.
it like a moth to a flame. It's really bad. You're like
I needed some light. I needed some warmth.
you're disgusting.
I could feel the warmth.
Everyone
I thought it was
agrees you're
perfect.
racist. I just
No.
ended the poll.
It's not true.
I'm pretty sure Red Eye
30%
voted that you're racist.
30% of the people here are smart. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Yep.
Shabisky. Shut up, Red Eye. Okay, you talk weird.
Wow, you're such a fucking bigot. You like judge people for their accents.
No, it's just Red Eye's. It's just Red Eye.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, no.
I feel like you just really don't like Jewish people. I don't know about that.
I don't like Jewish Australians, especially. Oh my!
I mean, there are
gosh.
plenty. You know what though? There are plenty of Jewish people living in Australia that are probably like either Holocaust survivors or like the children of Holocaust survivors. I'm just saying. Keep digging your hole, Shabisky.
Sorry, it was an accident, guys. Everyone forgive me.
Keep
Sorry.
going. Talk about it a little more.
I didn't mean to talk shit about the Australian Jews. I'm sorry. You guys are awesome.
Wow.
These are beautiful. Sorry.
How do you feel about Native Americans, Shabisky? Let's hear about
They're
them.
native to America.
Yeah, you like them?
Yeah.
You want to like give up your land to them since you stole it
Yes.
from them? Oh yeah.
Yes. Honest Red, you want to come live at my house?
It's not your house anymore.
I know. Now it's Honest Red's house, and I hope he'll let me stay.
I don't think he
At
will.
least, like, have a
Nope,
little.
you're not allowed.
Please, Honest Red,
Nope.
can I just have like a corner of the? I'll be not.
I feel like you
I'll
started
share.
this with like I said, do you like Native Americans? You're like, yeah, they can live at my house if they want to. And
No,
now you've
just
like
Honest Red.
slowly Okay. Wow, Shabisky.
I trust him. You know why?
Everyone knows what a fucking disgusting racist you
why?
are.
No, he's honest red, okay? So that's how I know I can trust him. And
the question is,
best
can
friends.
he trust you?
Probably not. I'm not Honest Shabisky. That's not my name on YouTube. I should change it to that.
On
so people know I'm
Bisky?
on it. What? Yeah. I'm gonna change my channel name to Honest Bisky. At least for a week. I'll change it back.
Honest Fred says Shabisky probably has blankets in waiting. Yeah, because Shabisky didn't get vaccinated, so he probably fucking coughed all over the blankets.
Yeah. You want to borrow?
So why didn't you get vaccinated? Where you were seriously afraid, right? Like, let's be honest about it. You're just a coward. You made a bunch of excuses.
Not a coward. Stop it.
Oh, you are,
Benjamin.
You are.
I told you before me and you, but I come see you or me and you go on an adventure, I'm gonna get it. Okay, stop
You
yelling
liar.
at me.
Okay, so you're never coming, right? Because like,
no, we're gonna go on an adventure together. We're
okay,
talking
get it,
about
bitch. It takes you
Okay,
like
stop yelling at me.
It takes like 2 weeks for it to even matter.
Okay, God. Stop yelling at me, Ben. Wow. Pimp, wake up and
Yeah, he
stop
said
yelling at
soon
me.
2 years ago when he
Shut
was
up,
like, "I'm
Jim, I
gonna
don't
get
wanna
it."
hear Your breath stinks. Shut up.
Shabisky, I hope you the next time you get donos, it'll be really soon, as in 2 years. Yeah, it's really soon, right?
You wanna kiss about this? I'm not afraid to have a kissing battle with you, Benjamin. Okay. Should we do UFC?
Oh, we could. I realize you're trying to deflect right now, but
What?
I'll go with it. I'll go with it. You coward.
What?
Right?
Ooh.
Right?
What? Ooh.
I'll be right
All right.
back, and we'll get this shit going.
God dang. 3 times in one show, man. He masturbates a lot. Holy shit. Type 420 in the chat if you think that Ben masturbates too much. I think 3 times in one show, that's just too much. That's just going too far. Like, I could get like maybe once, or twice, but 3 times, now you're just pushing it. That's going too far. His penis gonna fall off if he keeps this up. You can never masturbate too much. That's a good point. Too much imagination, Shabisky. Yeah, imagination's awesome. It's the greatest. Imagination. Imagination.
Have you played the old South Park games for console and PC?
Tried at least something of it.
Sick of Truth and Fractured Butthole.
I played those.
Those are great.
I have both of those, and I have an old Nintendo 64 game of it that I haven't played in a long time.
We should play Diablo Immortal sometime.
Oh yeah. And kiss about it. What console is that?
Actually right now it's only for PC and mobile.
Oh. Huh.
But because it's a mobile game that happens to also be for PC, it doesn't take a lot of resources to play. And it's like it is a like pay to win kind of game, but you can still play it for free. It just takes longer. You know. You just have to ignore all the like buy this loot box kind of shit. It'd be fun to play on the show. Especially if you made a character. Like, I'll make a new character. We can make new characters together and play. It's free. It's a free game.
That might be cool.
Yeah, if you're not streaming, you can probably play it. Skeptical Jesus said it'd be fun. He'll probably play because it's free. Like, anyone can play.
Shaz is really good at PUBG, more than likely the greatest.
Not true.
I'm good at fart night. I'm the greatest fart nighter. That's me. But I've played PUBG a little bit.
Have you played Diablo?
Yeah,
Immortal?
I've told you that like when I was a little kid, I played one of the Diablos. Like when I was like, I want to say like 11 years old or something like that. I was playing one of them, and I remember enjoying it. But I don't think I've tried any since that. But I do remember enjoying it.
I'll show it to you really quick here, because it's...
Show it to you? You showing me the newest game? Heck yeah.
Yeah, Diablo Immortal. I do like Diablo 2 best. Like, the newest version of Diablo 2 is fucking amazing. How they revamped it. You know what, guys? You're going to get into your weird, like, crusades to, like, have people play. Like, he can't play 3. Honestly, he just can't play 3. And it costs money. At least Immortal's free. Like, we're not... Yeah, we know not to buy the paid shit. We know.
Yeah.
And we're not going to. I'm running an update. I'll show you what it looks like pretty quick.
Yeah. Play Frogger? Yeah.
Play Frogger.
My favorite game.
I mean, it's not too bad for a free game. Like, I'm fine with it. I don't understand the, like, emotional response to it. Yeah, I know they try to sell you a bunch of microtransactions. You can just ignore that, and it takes longer to play the game. I don't understand why that's such a big deal, but
yeah, I don't have any problem with microtransactions as long as they're just fair priced. I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
On Fortnite, I've complained about that because on Fortnite they're overpriced with shit. Like buying one skin with the pickaxe that comes with it, it'll be like $20 or something like that. Let's say $15. It'll be like $15 for you to buy that skin with the pickaxe that comes with it. And it's like, that's crazy. Like, you could buy a whole video game for $15, and a really good video game. They're charging that much for just a skin within the game, you know? That's just a ripoff. I hate like, I play Fortnite a lot and stuff, but I hate that about it. It's so greedy. $15 or whatever to buy one skin.
I'll show you. So you can be a barbarian. These are the different classes. Wow, it's being like really laggy. That's so weird. I wonder why it's lagging so much.
Holy shit. So this game's free, but it just has stuff that you can buy in it like that. Is that what it is?
For some reason it's lagging like crazy, and I have no idea why.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
I don't know why it's lagging so much though. That's so weird. Because on my screen it looks fine. I probably have to change some video settings.
Yeah. Looks very well made though. Very high quality.
Yeah. Crusader.
Oh, damn. That looks cool. Fighting that big guy.
There's Necromancer.
That's gangster. Yeah, that's a cool one.
It's really laggy though. I would have to get this shit in order before I play it anyway. I just thought it would be smoother. I don't know. Like the whole stream is lagging.
Yeah.
Hold on.
It's not lagging now, but I assume once you start doing more stuff.
Yeah, for some reason that was really laggy.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks really good.
Yeah, we could play UFC and then we could, if you want to download this game, we could play it another time.
Yeah, that looks. Honestly, I don't think my computer working the way it does right now. I don't think it would be able to handle that.
Sure. Mine isn't handling it either right now.
Yeah, Oh yeah. Most of the time, whenever we're playing this, I assume you're doing that like stuff, the cloud stuff or whatever, and it's your console.
That wasn't cloud. That was like on my machine. It just wasn't running well.
Yeah.
I'll have to fuck with it.
Yeah, it looks really good though. Even
But
with
yeah,
the lag.
we'll do a couple UFC fights. Why not?
Let me change my cord back here.
I had a food delivery that I have to grab anyway, so I'll be right back. I guess I have to wait for you to come back because you're not here. I can't just leave it totally unattended to. Bitch. Shabisky. You fucking coward. Shabisky. You fail me on so many levels. You'll watch it? All right, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, we both left at the same time.
Yeah, I was trying to get you to come back because I had to go, but it's cool.
Oh, I'm sorry. At least Pimp was here.
Yeah,
but some people would come in and look and be like, "Oh, where's everybody? Oh, Pimp's here. Why is he not saying anything?" The hell?
Because he's
Pimp?
spiraling.
He's spiraling out of control. He's crazy. This Pimp guy is so problematic. Okay. So. Controller. Come on.
Shit.
Okay. There.
Yeah.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
I have Taco Bell, which I wouldn't normally eat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn, I'm gonna kick your ass.
No. No.
Here's the thing. I
What?
always, when I win, I
Yeah?
pick you apart.
No.
And you think you're winning, but you're not.
No. It's crazy talk, Ben. It's crazy talk. It's crazy talk, Benjamin. That's crazy talk, Benjamin. Just admit it, Ben. I'm the greatest.
Never.
Just admit it!
Bitch.
Taking you out.
You're the greatest at losing.
Mm-hmm.
There used to be a show called The Biggest Loser. But it was about people who could lose weight the fastest.
Yeah. Took me a second to process that and think about what that was, yeah. I remember that kind of.
They stopped doing it because it's unhealthy. To compete, who could lose weight the fastest.
Okay, that was the premise of the show. I knew I had to do it. Heavyweight people.
Yeah, these people lose like 100 pounds in 5 months.
Yeah, that's definitely not a good concept for a show. At least not morally.
They used to have a show called The Swan. This woman would get all this plastic surgery. It looked like totally different.
Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, The Swan.
Yeah, they make her like all thin and give her big ass tits and everything.
Oh God. That one show was kind of cool where they'd, at least the concept where they like take someone and they show them like better clothing and give them a better style with their.
You talking about Queer Eye for the Straight Guy?
I mean, there was a couple of shows like that where they took people that really needed to work on their like their style and everything, and because there's people that are professionals with that. And
Sounds like Queer Eye.
I think there was other shows like that before, even that there was other shows like that where they where.
Just admit you're watching Queer Eye.
All right, fine. That's my favorite show. I'll admit.
All right, there you go.
Just watch it every day. What not to wear? I don't know. I'm talking about something from about like 15 years ago.
Something you watch if you're a flamin' gay like Shabisky.
Something on like MTV or something like that, like 15 years ago. Did you send an invite to me? On
No,
US? Oh,
sorry.
you didn't even start up US. No, you're fine. You can eat your food. I didn't know you weren't starting it. I thought you were.
No, I got it. I got it. I just don't have it up. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're probably right, Princess. Something like that. Those shows had a bit of a neat concept to it. That's a lot better than.
Oh shit! I want to play this
what Ben
fucker.
was just talking. What? Oh, some random or something.
Yeah, I don't want to. I fucked up there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hold on.
People in quick match is surprisingly really good.
That's never surprising. That people are like suddenly good. Never surprising.
Well, I just mean, sometimes I win. I'll do quick matches, but most of the time I lose because I actually that they're pretty damn decent. Most of the people it sets you up with, even though I'm a low level, I definitely don't have some high level on this game. How beautiful.
You're beautiful, it's true.
It's true. And it's not on the screen if you didn't.
It will be in a minute.
Okay. Okay, just making sure you're aware.
Yeah.
Boop, 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 boop. Oh, dang. Make sure to hit the like button, guys. The like button helps the stream. Helps the stream do betters. Hit the like button. Alright, I'm joining. Have people should do a poll. Who's gonna win?
I will in a second.
Yeah, who? Obviously, me's gonna win. Okay, me. I never
Which weight
lose,
class
right?
do you want to do?
I either welter or the next one up. I think would be cool to start with. What's the next one up?
Middle.
The middleweight. Yeah, whichever one you want to do. I guess between those two, whatever.
I love how middleweight is nowhere near the middle. It's like near the upper weight.
Yeah. Funny.
It's like the
But
third
also-
heaviest weight.
Yeah. Also, a lot of those is that is including the female thing. We're talking about like the whole world.
I mean, only 2 of them are the female ones. It's still nowhere near the middle. It's still
Is
the
it
third.
really only 2 of them?
Yeah.
Oh, thought it was 3 at least there.
No, I don't think so.
But yeah, it definitely isn't in the middle. Let's see. I feel like maybe messing with someone different than I usually.
Be my guess.
I don't know. I always do seem to do the best with St. Pierre, so I guess I'll just stick with them. I will remember you. But yeah, we can wait to fight until you're done eating. Whatever. What are you eating? You said Taco Bell. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not gonna hate on you for you were saying like you don't normally eat it, and it's like yeah, me too. Every now and then I get Taco Bell. The best thing about Taco Bell to me is like the beans. The beans there are kind of.
It's not as good as getting like actual Mexican food and.
Yeah. But I don't know. I'm a guy that enjoys his bean and cheese burritos kind of
It's
thing.
not that good though. That's kind of like not that good though. I mean,
it's not that good if we compare it to.
It's
whatever,
edible.
It's they just have pretty decent beans. I like their beans. Love the beans. See, Princess gets it. Yeah, the beans and mild sauce. The mild sauce, but. Oh dang. Bean and cheese. Get a crunch wrap like a man. Oh yeah. Heck yeah. I'll show everybody how manly I am. I'll get a crunch wrap. What's up, Ruby? Oh, dang. All right.
Give me a second.
Okay. Let's see. Get a Doritos Loco. The whole Doritos thing, I never liked the sound of that.
It's a gimmick.
Yeah, I never tried it, and it doesn't sound appetizing to me.
They take a
The
crunchy
idea
taco
of the-
shell and cover it with Dorito dust.
Is that what it is? I thought it was made out of.
I mean, it is basically.
It's a middleweight matchup between Yoel
Yeah,
Romero
and
and
to me,
George Rush St. Pierre.
those don't really go together, kind of thing.
It's fine. It's just a gimmick.
Let me turn my volume down in my game before we fight, because I hear.
Okay.
You just turn down like the
Here we
master.
go, matchmaking at its finest. Yoel Romero versus George St. Pierre. I will get a tattoo of the DC logo.
Ready?
If you can tell me who scores the first takedown.
Almost. It takes forever to turn the master level down.
To try
Down
and predict.
slowly.
You got George St. Pierre, who has no wrestling background. Then you have Yoel Romero, who may have the best wrestling background. But
Okay.
George is so skilled
all right.
that he could go out there and take Romero down.
Otherwise,
It's truly,
those here in
truly
the
a phenomenal
double.
fight and a dream matchup for fighters and people all around the world.
Well, perhaps a sign of things to come as he lands a kick there.
Nice.
You're not gonna beat me, Benjamin.
Big body kick. Look at him dig his shin right under his opponent's elbow.
Oh, brutal knee to the body. Oh! Knee to the body. Oh, the kickboxing chops on full display with that offering. Nicely done.
Beautiful kick landed by this man.
All right, so a good series of kicks by him there. He has mixed it up beautifully, I think, on the feet tonight.
He is kicking everywhere tonight. He's doing a fantastic job. Actually got the takedown.
Nicely done there as he forces the miss from his opponent. All right, dominant position for him here. Full mount. If you're the bottom fighter, better start moving those hips, DC.
Oh, you got to start moving those hips. What you should do initially, right, is start to push at the knees. Push at the hips, create some distance. Shrimp and try to recollect half guard. Half guard sucks, but it's much better than being mounted fully by your opponent.
Both fighters throwing heat now.
Look at him drive his shin into his opponent's body with that body kick.
Oh, damn.
St. Pierre's head kick is blocked, so no damage inflicted there. Nice hook. Under 3 minutes now to go on the round. Oh, man, that's a nice kick right there.
He's doing a great job of...
That wasn't a nice kick. Shut up,
So
guy
just over 20
talking.
total strikes and
Shut up.
counting have already found the mark for Yoel Romero.
Stop kicking me.
And he landed the right hand there.
Came of inches right there, boy. Wow. It was a good night if that landed.
What the fuck? Hold on.
Oh, something happened? Oh, shit.
How's his opponent still standing?
My controller shut down for some reason. I don't know why that happened, but it seems okay now. Maybe it ran out of batteries. If it happens again, my controller might be low on battery.
Yeah.
Big body kick lands.
Trying to hammer that lead leg.
I mean, he's cutting them down the sides with these beautiful leg kicks.
Oh, significant strike attempt there, but a huge block. Just out of range with that left hook.
Big kick land.
Ooh.
Strike right there. I'm not sure how many more of these he's going to take.
Massive shot that he landed. Great job.
Ow! Ow, Ben! Ow! Why?
Oh, he lands a huge right hand. Oh! Oh, beautifully placed in time kick there by Romero. Wow, huge head kick. Oh, is that a massive knee to the head? Could be in trouble here. Big knee to the body.
It's very tricky when he throws that body kick.
bonus checks ready.
I mean, this fight is about done. He's got hurt very bad with his head kick. Now he has to find one more strike to end the night.
Oh, he lands another strike to the body, really starting to connect on a lot of shots to the midsection, and these will take their toll as this fight goes into the latter rounds.
Real quick leg kick. Another leg kick lands.
Oh, and he finally gets the takedown now. So what do they say? Try again.
if at first you don't succeed, you try again. And this guy is the poster boy for that saying, because he shot many takedowns with him, and he finally has secured them. Nice moving punch.
5 minutes in the books.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Gonna beat you up. Look, boom! Kick to the face.
St. Pierre's head kick attempt. That one as effective as straight punches we've seen all night.
Huge straight punch lands, and he's got it hurt very bad.
Oh, he might be out. Oh! Well, he's always on the counterattack, but a nice leg kick there by Romero.
Big kick lands.
Whoa!
What a fantastic strike to throw at the exact right moment. He deserves this moment. Go finish this fight. You don't know when that leg kick's coming. Ooh, big shot lands.
Huge shot there, DC. I'm not sure how he'd stay up there.
I mean, when you get hit with a shot like that, to stay standing shows and talks to your toughness.
Nice job by Romero there on the feet. Not only... Whoa! He's got it from here. Back to the feet.
Oh!
You don't really stand after you take a head kick like this. That is such toughness to even be on his feet right now. An uppercut landed.
Didn't work.
Continues to mix it up, going to the head, mixing in some body shots. Romero gets the takedown.
Oh, baby.
All right, he's very comfortable fighting off his back, DC. Now looks like he's trying to hip escape.
Yeah, he's trying to hip escape or maybe look for a Kimura here.
There's no give on that leg kick.
Here's the kick, blocked by Romero.
He has a commitment to kicking tonight, and it shows.
3 minutes now to go in round two. Well, he's really starting to land a high number.
Oh, he's hurt bad. He's hurt bad, John. He's got to press him. He's got to go chase that finish down now.
Oh, he might be out. St. Pierre's torso, specifically that right side, has absorbed a lot of damage tonight. And here comes the purple, the black, and blue. A definite groove starting to form on that right side.
Beautiful kick.
Ooh. His head's still attached to his body.
The last time I saw an uppercut like that, it was Overeem versus Ngannou. And you know they still haven't found Alex Overeem's head.
Finds the target there.
Great shot lands. Now he's got to go find that follow-up with him. The kill shot is what they call it to go and end the fight.
Pretty good strike there, but not a ton of meat on the bone. Kind of looks like me at the Boca Raton boxing this year.
He's used everything he could early in the fight, and now he's just in survival mode. Nice kick.
Both fighters exchange in the pocket here. Oh, that right hand. Whoa! Nicely done there as he forces the miss from his opponent. Well, there are few things more fun to watch in mixed martial arts than these type of transitions and scrambles on the ground.
High-level grappling can really be entertaining. Over and over, he lands these big body kicks. Oh! He's in trouble. He's hurt bad.
How good is that right hand?
That one was starting to end the fight.
Yep.
shut the liver down.
Starting to do some really significant damage to the body here. Another strike lands there.
Got you. Oh, you're still up.
I ain't giving up, Ben.
You're giving up when you refuse to fight on the ground.
Big kick land.
Oh, and he caught the kick.
He's throwing every part of himself into these big leg kicks.
Same here. And just like that, the fight is over.
Oh my goodness!
Cheated.
Pinpoint strike to end this fight. It landed flush. I'm not even sure the opponent wholly saw it coming. And before he could recover, the referee was in to stop the fight. So a huge knockout victory for that fighter here tonight. All right, DC, no telestrator tonight, but we're going to get you some highlights from this one. This was a fight that had it all, and for my money, his best performance today.
He showed you. No, he didn't.
In the biggest moment.
Got your ass kicked.
You gotta show up, and that's exactly
Stop it, Ben.
Boom.
You're lying.
Look at that.
To get the job done.
All right, the official decision is in. Here is Bruce Buffer. Ladies and gentlemen.
You want another one?
I don't know. You think you can take me? Think you can handle this? The bisque?
The lobster bisque.
The lobster bisque. From Delish. It's true.
The lobster biscuit.
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
Should start wearing red instead of blue.
Yeah. You could wear both.
I guess yeah, you can wear blue until they drop you into the boiling water. And then you have to turn red.
All right. You cool with that? One thing. I don't know why. Okay, which weight class is this? Lightweight.
Yep.
Let's see. Who do I like in his? Oh, I'll be McGregor. I'm McGregor. I'm gonna kick the shit out of you. I'm McGregor. Can't beat McGregor. McGregor.
It is a lightweight bout between Khabib Nurmagomedov and Conor McGregor.
Going down like a clown, Ben. Going down. Yeah.
Ready. All right, so the rematch is upon us. Khabib Nurmagomedov versus
I'm scared.
I think both sides might change some things up here in advance of the second.
You have to make adjustments if you're going to be successful in a rematch. No two fights are the same, so you have to approach it as if you guys have never fought before. I know the Nurmagomedov camp has made adjustments.
Well, perhaps a sign of things to come as he lands a kick there.
Nice kick landed by this gentleman.
Well, he's always on the counterattack, but a nice leg kick there by Nurmagomedov. Nice connection with a punch there. It's hard to recall a time in the past that his boxing looked this sharp.
He's never looked this good.
Oh, significant strike attempt there, but a huge block. Oh, really using his reach advantage there as he lands the punch, DC. All right, so there's the early takedown. Pretty evident, DC, that he wants to get this fight to the ground. And
Benjamin.
do so there.
Benjamin. Hey!
Could be trouble here. Looks like
You
it's pretty tight. He's trying
fucker.
to work his head out of harm's way.
It might be over. Watch triangle, watch triangle. There he is. He's moving to the finish.
Bullshit.
Now watch, he go parallel, right? That's
Got you.
So a quick night at the office for him here tonight. He told us he wanted to be efficient. He didn't
I
want to
won.
waste a lot of time. He felt his opponent knew the takedown attempts would be coming, and he got the fight to the ground relatively easily, and his submission skills then took over. Big result for him early in round one tonight. All right, so there's the horn. Let us now look back at some of the action in that round, DC, and he had his takedown game going early and often.
Yeah, he had it going great. I mean, he did a great job of finding his entries, rushing to his finishes before his opponent could react.
You're hurting my arm. That's cheating.
Very proud of the work he did over the course of that last round.
Bruce Buffer has the official decision.
That's cheating. That's cheating. Oh, dang. I think maybe I'm gonna call it a
Are you
night.
giving up? All right, I'm the greatest.
No, what? You had to hurt my arm
You
to
once.
win.
You haven't won once, you loser.
But you had to hug me to win. You hugged me.
No, I
That's
knocked
not
you out
winning.
twice. No, I knocked you out twice, and then I beat you with a submission.
I don't recall.
I do. It's on video.
All right. You're lying.
You're giving up. I'm the greatest. Good night, loser. Giving up. I'm the greatest. Thank you. I'm the greatest. Good night.
No, I'm the greatest.
No.
Shut up.
Oh, you want to play? You want to beat me?
All right, one more fight. But this time, gotta admit.
All right.
How come one of our guys has a bunch of hair on it? What?
It's like a weird hat that he wears when he wins. He's from like.
Oh.
Yeah, he's like a tribal guy.
Okay, I'm like confused about what the fuck is going on. I thought it was like a glitch happening in front of me or something.
He's like a tribal. I think he's like. I don't know, like Mongolian or something. I don't even know.
What a cool guy.
Khabib.
I want a hat like that. You think I could get a hat like that?
I don't know.
Looks so cool.
All right, middleweight again.
I'm gonna do middleweight. Gonna lose again on middleweight?
I haven't lost yet tonight.
I don't recall.
I know your memory's that bad. Not only do you suck at playing this game, but your memory's that bad.
See who to fight with. Oh, this guy. He's a cool guy.
Okay.
You up? What?
All right, coming up next, it's a middleweight matchup between Royce Gracie and Jerry.
38 wins versus 17.
I don't recall. All right, here we go. Here we go. Going down.
All right, so here we go. The weight and the height gives way to the action right here on one side. Maybe the division's most well-rounded fighter, taking on arguably the biggest submission threat in this division.
Because he's such a great submission grappler, I believe that this is the most dangerous fight for him in the division. Wow. He needs to maintain his pace, stay away from this guy at all costs, and force him to stand up with him.
Oh, big knee to the body, man alive. Wow, what a head kick. Great kicks there.
No, 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 no! Trying to cheat, Benjamin.
Back to their feet now. Oh, you can hear the thwack from here as he lands.
Oh, he's hurt bad. He's hurt bad, John. He's got to press him. He's got to go chase that finish hip over when he throws that kick.
Oh, that was a weird trip.
Head kick there, blocked by Cannonier.
He's throwing every part of himself into these big leg kicks. Yeah, he's mixing it all up. Another leg kick lands. Oh, big elbow.
Both guys throwing potential fight enders here in the early goings. Gracie gets hit with a kick. That one appeared to land flush.
Wow, actually got the takedown.
All right, he's very comfortable fighting off his back, DC. Now looks like...
You motherfucker, dude!
Trying to set up an arm triangle choke. He needs to secure the left arm. Push
the only way he can get me.
It's Hoist Gracie. You might get up from this. It's early. I went for it early. But maybe you do suck that bad where you can't get out of this. Well, you know, if you suck and Hoist Gracie, the greatest submission fighter ever, just kills you, well, what can I... Oh, no, you got out of it.
All right, side control now, DC. When you get side control in the fight, what are you looking at?
When I get to the side control in the fight, and I believe this young man should do the same thing, it's secure first. Grab everything in tight. Make sure your elbows are in. Make sure you've got something locked in so your opponent doesn't just squirm away. Punch short punches, but try to make the opponent make a choice. Either he turns back into you, you take your front headlock, or he turns in the opposite direction, you throw your hook in, and you start looking to get a choke off.
So 31 total strikes have landed for Jared Cannonier. And now trying to take the back.
Oh, he's got him against the side of the octagon. He's got his back. He needs to get his hips and lift, and that will turn him so that he can start to make him grapple.
Ooh! Cannonier's lower jaw now starting to show signs of swelling. That knee might have landed there. Oh, and there is another knee, and that has certainly been...
Oh, God.
Strike right there. I'm not sure how many more of these his opponent can take.
Massive shots that he landed. Great job.
Back to the jab.
Dude's hurt. Serve him up. Go get him.
Wow. Oh, big kick lands flush. All right, so a good job defensively by him here as he raises the guard and prevents any damage.
Shades of James Toney. Always seeing things coming at him. He's such a great defensive.
Got you.
Side control now. We'll see if he can
It
advance.
looked so weird when I was doing a kick thing. Like I was doing a spin kick.
Oh, that's a choke.
Ah, shit.
Look at him push the arm down, maybe stepping into a crucifix.
And this might just be a matter of time.
Got you.
He got it, John.
Good cheat.
Got it done, absolutely. He finishes his opponent.
Cheated. Everyone type 420 if you cheated.
Cheated.
Definitely cheated. That was 100% evidence right there. That's all we needed, guys. Let's see.
All right, so a wild round and a wild sequence there on the ground. DC, talk us through the highlight.
He's such
There's
a
a tap.
phenomenal grappler. I don't understand how people don't know that this guy wants to.
I wouldn't have tapped
Now
out
we
in
go
real
inside the
life.
octagon.
I'm the
First bumper with the
greatest.
official
Oh,
decision.
you would have tapped out much earlier.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Herb Dean is calling stop to this contest at 4 minutes.
I'm the greatest. Have a good night, loser. Can't even win one match tonight.
I'm the greatest.
Have fun on your stream knowing you lost and you couldn't beat me one match,
I'm the
loser.
greatest.
I'm the greatest. No,
Alright,
I
so,
am.
What?
I'm the greatest.
No.
Huh?
I'm the greatest. You had to hurt my arm to win, okay? I just don't know how to do the arm hurty thing, okay?
I'm the greatest.
No, I'm
Go
the
ahead and leave,
greatest.
loser. Yeah, I'll finish the stream as a winner, undefeated tonight. And you can go on your little crybaby stream.
No, I'm not gonna cry. Maybe a little.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Good night, loser.
Later, Ben.
Good night.
All right, have a good night.
Good night. Guys. I win. I'm the greatest. Good night. Anyway, guys, I'm going to wrap this up. Thanks for watching. It was a fun time. Hold on, let me... close out of this shit. Yeah, it was a great time. I appreciate all you guys being here, helping out, supporting everything. Thanks to everyone who showed up. Shabisky and Pimpmunk included. Good night, everybody. Until next time.